Zooter.
Zooter. Look at me and my little crossbow, ready to take on the world. My deep wildy world. I should probably go on the least populated server. Let's see. Oh. Oi, mate, care for some British blast furnace? Oi, that's definitely what I'm going to be participating in. You call blimey, save the Queen and all that. All that guff. Telling your people are here. Giant bats.
Wow.
Call blimey. Dude, what if I was in this deep wilderness and a master farmer showed up and started picking my pockets?
A master farmer started picking your pockets?
Yeah. Said, call blimey, I'm getting in your pockets.
That seems backwards. How many are you robbing a master farmer right now?
No. No, I'm in deep wildy.
Hmm.
I'm wildin'. That's what they say. That's what the kids say. I did join a joined a clan. Or I didn't join a clan, I joined a clan chat.
Now I see.
Because I figured I'm getting to a place where I might start needing some help or other people or some, like, suggestions as I get through a lot of the, you know, just simpler quests. Alright, cool, blimey, mate. Die, fire giant. Perfect. Back to it. We have like 30 some more to go. Hopefully her next task is not in the deep wilderness and is something easier than fire giants. Because there's a lot of wilderness monsters that are not that strong. Or like at least something more interesting than fire giants. If it sends me into like an actual like true, I mean this is a PvP zone, but I mean like a proper like weird zone, part of the zone or something. Rune arrows, that's not bad. 36 more, wow, that's more than expected. But yeah, this is a chill. Like these Wilderness Slayer tests are actually pretty chill. Literally, don't bring anything valuable. You don't even have to watch the minimap. All I've got is some cheap ammunition. Oh, I don't need to have this looting bag open. Get over here, giant bastard. So should I watch? Do you think it would be entertaining to watch Goa and Zooter?
I mean, it is going like you would expect.
I thought he didn't like it though.
I did too, but he sure loves being a glutton for punishment.
That's true.
Did he even finish the first one?
Yeah, he did.
After this giant kill, I'll open the stream.
When's our next Zooter?
Never.
Oh.
It's canceled. Biden took away our ability to play Zooter.
Okay, hi, but yes, why does he play with like the worst? Like, I'm guessing he's got it on some kind of console, but this is
It's
just
like
awful to look at.
It's on Wii U. Oh wow, it wasn't a trick. Wow.
Wait, Wii U? It's not Wii U, is it?
Yeah, he's.
I mean, the VC or whatever's on there,
Yeah.
right? So I'm sure you
Yeah.
can.
It's wild. I'll open it up. I'll join you fellows. How do you do, fellow kids?
It just looks like absolute garbage. So.
What is his title a reference to? They say that?
The funny thing is,
They say
it
he
says
created a project or
Auto,
a tracker that tracks
but
his
I'm pretty sure it's.
um
Am I crazy? It's a bomb grotto.
that tracks the hints.
Can you go in here? Did I ask this question the last time we did a playthrough? Yeah, I did.
But he has a tracker showing him chest locations, surely.
There
right?
we go.
Yeah.
There we got.
But I
The
still think
Shadow
Emo
Temple
Tracker
is
like
on
isn't
the
the
way of
best.
the hero.
I mean, it's not, but it's a 3D Zelda game, so I'm not sure how you
Okay, we're getting a picture
make
of what's
one that's
all
perfect.
involved. Ooh, we got bomb shoes too. That's beautiful.
Choose.
And now everything's yellow.
Slayer. Pat loves it when you say Slayer.
I'm not going to
without
probably
all
beat
the
the rando
context.
tonight, but we'll see.
Pat would.
See how far we get. I'll probably be playing all weekend.
No, Pat's not here, so who cares what Pat thinks, anyways?
Who's
He's-
Pat
He
anyway?
was probably
What
playing
is the-
Diablo, and then
what's
he
this guy?
probably went out St. Patrick's Day. I'm shocked that you
Yeah,
didn't.
that sounds
you.
accurate.
See.
What would I do for St. Patrick's Day?
Be a designated driver for your friends.
Well,
Is that tomorrow? Okay.
no, we're gonna go see a movie tomorrow. We're going to a movie premiere.
Ooh, what's the movie?
We don't know. It's a mystery. My friend works for
Yeah, I'll probably play till like midnight
Amazon.
tonight, so like an hour and a half more.
And she's in town for South by Southwest promoting
I will be gone most of
a movie.
tomorrow.
We think it's gonna
so I don't know
be
if I'm gonna stream tomorrow night or
the
not,
movie about
but we'll probably
Air
play some more
Jordans.
this weekend.
Is that the one where he meets Bugs Bunny and they form the Ventures?
Okay, that just opened up a whole world of things. Everything's yellow now. You don't get another song from Chic in the Forest as adult, do you? You totally do, don't you? I need to go back there.
Alright, less than 30 more, because I finally made one of those bracelets that expedites your Slayer tasks. It's got 13 charges left.
Too much time standing around. We gotta think of what we're gonna do.
But
Too much time standing around. We gotta think what we're gonna do. I mean,
Oh,
yeah. Like,
Rejection.
yeah, we gotta
that's what you're
do
doing while you're
something.
standing around.
Yeah, that's a classic goldenism. I can't remember the context where it came up, but I actually told my
Oh,
piano
there's also,
teacher about
I'll
it
go
because I
back
think
to
she
it.
used like one of those expressions, and it's like my friend said, "What's out of the frying pan and into the fire, or into the melting pot." She thought it was the funniest thing she ever heard. It's funnier than Piggle Rick to her. It's amazing.
That's impossible.
Well, you know, she's
Also,
a different
we do have, like,
she's
4
a different
techs now in the
generation.
field, so
I want to give Golden advice, but A, I'll get banned, but B, I'm also like only mostly okay at Zooter,
Yeah, don't give
and
me
I feel like all
advice.
of his viewers are better at Zooter than I am. But like,
No mints, Q.
the main thing I learned is
I think we can do DC as
don't
well
like
now.
see something shiny and go for it. Just
Stick to the
do what's
plan.
near
Use some
you.
bombs. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that's
Formulate a plan.
a thing.
Yeah, stand still for 30 minutes.
True.
Might make it up as we go.
Man, I really hope Tears of the Kingdom is really good. No pressure to the devs.
Fuck, I don't remember where the entrance
Yeah.
to this stupid ass temple is, or
Sure, I've said it.
labyrinth is.
Are you playing?
Crystal Project. I don't
Oh,
remember
okay.
where the stupid entrance was that I found.
You know what? This is appropriate. I just realized like this black space in the ceiling of where I am looks like a rupee.
Now,
It's like the exact shape of a rupee. Same proportions and everything.
that opens.
It's wild.
That opens Ice Cavern.
All right, is my
I'm
10-minute
not
timer
sure
expired?
Why that opens Ice
Not
Cavern?
sure.
But
What did you
yes,
just
it
get?
does.
I wasn't paying attention.
Me neither.
And then the piece of heart up here we don't care about because it was nothing. It was like a rupee or something. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. All that effort. Goddamn.
Man on the roof.
I hope my next Slayer task is something I can melee. I really want to use my new weapon, but I'm still like
Death
three
auto chest.
three
Isn't that
skill
the one
off.
at the center of here?
And I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable killing fire giants with like very low prayer and
It's like
in melee,
right here somewhere.
because these things drain my prayer.
Those bastards.
Or
He's gonna fuck this up.
the spiders
Yeah.
on the way
I know
here
where
drain
this
my
is.
prayer. I guess I should say.
Wait, why is he?
Because he has bomb shoes, so he wants to do a bomb thing in there, but he doesn't remember where it is.
Oh, I
so he's
see.
just gonna fuck it up.
I'll say it's like
And waste all his
Well, the
bomb
first
shoes.
step is to not drop the bomb shoot. Just
Yeah.
walk around a bit.
Yeah.
No, that's damage. He'd have to get more fairies.
Well, he hit himself with the thing anyway.
Hit him on the head. At least he can kill redeads. That's good.
Yeah, they are conducive to a flailing strategy.
Nothing.
Fuck me.
I think the correct play right now is Dodongos because we're going to Goron anyway.
If you have
Yeah,
access as
bomb
an
shoes,
adult,
so.
yes, I think Dodongos is.
You
guess you
don't need
always have
you don't need.
access.
Do you need shoes? For, do you need bombs for Dodongos?
You need to light up the eyes.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
need
true.
to let up the eyes.
He's
and
gonna
be able
fuck
to
it
get
up.
in.
There's no way. Ain't no way.
No,
Well, he has to get in the door
if
too.
that's a limiting factor or
Yeah, the
not.
door's open. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. The door.
Yeah, I
past
mean
the
the
door.
first thing is also a bomb. Yeah,
The
Adults,
door
I can't
past the
pass,
door.
that sucks.
Deepest lore.
yeah, the sneaky bastards.
Yeah, sneaky.
No, this is definitely out of
Yeah,
logic.
Pat.
if
How
we
was
do
St.
this.
Patrick's Day?
What?
How's St.
That's
Patrick's Day?
big.
It's Diablo Day.
Doesn't mean we can't.
Yeah,
do
it's
it,
the
though.
Alpha Day.
How's Diablo?
It's fun.
Is it?
Better than last epic?
I can't give you any substantial
Okay, we're gonna get started on it. And if
feedback because I don't know
far,
what
we can't go far. We'll figure it
the end game is like. Because it's, I mean, the beta is only up to Act 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get capped at like level 25.
Man, I just really don't feel like doing the rest of this post game stuff. Is the problem with the Crystal Project that it just makes me want to quit?
I mean,
Or
it's
makes
not
everybody want
a
to quit?
it's not a problem. I
What
feel like
push-
I got everything I wanted out of the game.
What's left?
Well, I haven't killed the final boss. I just wanted to do a bunch of the like
That's part
summons
of
and
why I
shit.
just went and killed off the final boss.
Yeah.
Super laggy. All right.
But yeah, like he's like messing with ancient labyrinth stuff. I would do the summon fights at least. Those are some are gimmicky and some are just okay fights, but it was
Yeah,
fun to do.
I just kind of want to play. I kind of want to read a VN and then play Trails.
Just do the final boss.
Okay, well,
What VN?
The
you'd be better off doing Crystal
Aaron-
Project in game.
Norma site?
Oh.
so the Crystal Project ending. There's a true ending. If you do some optional bosses at the end.
Getting paid.
Does that involve getting the proof of merit?
Problem is
God.
they label these
Oh, I don't even
matches
need the proof of merit. I already have a skeleton key.
No, I mean, he's talking about the ending, though.
one of the chests.
Yeah.
You need to kill the 4 underwater
Actually,
bosses.
do you know what I really
There's
want to
4?
do?
Yeah, there's 4.
Yeah, there's
Wait.
4.
Yeah, there's 4.
Pat, guess what I actually really want to do?
What do you really want to do? What do you really want to
I
do?
said Pat, guess.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, this is always a deco sheet, right? This isn't a check.
Super auto pets?
No. But I will play with you right now if you would like to.
It's
No.
confusing. Sometimes the scrubs are checks and sometimes they're not.
But you're close? You're not close.
Yeah, this
I
is
want to play Mega
N64.
Man Battle.
Playing on my cathode
Why would-
ray
Mega Man,
tube.
Might
Mega Man
Pat
Battle Network?
guess. Also, just emulate it then, right now, I guess, if you have to.
Beautiful Philips 24-inch TV.
Because I just want to wait till... I want the collection to come out.
Do not buy a remake.
Just do whatever you want to. Don't
Thanks
decide
for
them.
your support, Pat.
Yeah. If you don't ever want another Mega Man Battle Network game, buy a remake. Show them that they don't have to ever make a new
That skips
game.
A bunch of stuff. Yeah.
I don't think not buying it will
Is there any reason to play the right
contribute to
side of
that.
this?
No, I mean,
No.
like, there just won't
Just
be
skip
another
the whole
one
thing.
either way, so don't buy it. Just play the old ones.
What time is it? 10:30? Did I start book?
Sure. This is the Square Enix VN?
Okay, I'll do it.
Wait, let me look up the Paragons. That's like the Paragons
Wow,
unlock at level
talent
50, and I couldn't even see it in game. Holy fuck!
What class did you play, Pat?
Sorcerer.
Talon was saying that Barbarian looked
World's
really
longest
bad,
cutscene.
but Sorcerer looked very good compared to...
Did you eat a double down?
No,
This room has a chest.
What does that mean?
you can get a
Don't they have
beta
a-
key if you
Yeah.
order double down.
Oh, I didn't know what the connection to KFC and Diablo was that Crab was talking about earlier. That's
Heart disease.
insane.
Would you like for me to stream Paranormicide?
Here's one like
I mean, I guess I won't watch it just in case it's good.
Chests.
Okay, then I will. Talon can just watch you play. Unless Talon, like, really wants me to stream it.
If it's just okay, then I will not be reading it. Oh, I'm dead.
Big loaded
Problem.
game. Why is it loud? Good sound, but why is it loud?
This is gonna be a problem.
Enjoy your bones.
Okay. Didn't get completely on.
Oh dear, you are dead.
I guess if I'm gonna read, I'm
Ah,
gonna...
okay. This gives me hope.
Hopium.
So, cause when I looked at the skill tree in Diablo 4, it was
Okay, I'm gonna hop off and read. Bye.
but
See ya.
it was pretty small.
Smooth.
Like it wasn't very deep.
I remembered something.
Which worried me.
Mm.
But the Paragon system in Diablo 4 is gonna be completely different than the Paragon system in D3.
What are we doing here?
In that
There's 3 chests.
the Paragon system is basically like
Is that it?
the PoE
Nothing on the bottom?
skill tree,
Mm.
and that's
I'll
where
believe it
your
when I see it.
build really comes in. From what it looks like.
Oh yeah, this room. How did we do this? Like that. Not bad. I want to go that way then.
Oops, where am I going?
Cat, why are you here?
I don't think we need to go there. That's the side boss, isn't it? The whole point is we're adults, so we can go this way instead. How do we get up there?
Can't believe that guy stole my fish. How am I going to live without that fish? And those that handful of big boats from those 20 kills I got. Speaking of, let's grab some more fish.
I feel like I asked this question.
The only thing
last time.
PKing here even does is like, it means I have to go back. Which is vaguely annoying.
I don't remember. Yeah, I definitely think we skipped this the last time. I don't remember having to do this mini boss fight, but
Oh, Q's missing it. Golden's doing the mini boss.
Oh my gosh, why? You should never come in this room.
nice jump. No, I just didn't. I know there was nothing over here. I just didn't know how to navigate the other room. There's a chest at the top that I didn't know how to get. There we go. This must be the boss key. Oski. What am I talking about?
Wait, there's a meteorite. That's cool.
This is the giant dead Dodongo. When it sees red, a new way to go will be open.
I don't feel like bringing a good pick to, you know, a meteorite in the depths of the wilderness, but you know, cool that it's there. I
Two
guess.
bomb shoes to do this with? Kill me now. I actually think that we can do it. Oh boy.
Excited to get my
I have
looting
ideas
bag
for
back.
how we can do this. I think the easiest would be... Love that I'm just inventing things and they're working because this game is like that. Now the real problem is, how do I get up there? Oh, wait a minute. We can totally do this. Easiest game I've ever played, dude.
Oh no, Golden's not gonna light the eye properly.
What? Broken video game, dude. Unbelievable. Now, okay. How long does this thing last? Not nearly long enough. Oh, that's so depressing, dude. Dang it. That's what I get for
Only
trying to do
22
this,
more
like,
giants. That's fine.
The good news is that it's good research. You can do it with bomb shoes. Good to know. Where can we restock bomb shoes? We might as well try and clear this still.
I'm just gonna start spite bearing bones instead of saving them. This way the PKers can't even get any giant
Actually, no, where you
bones.
can restock bomb shoes.
It's like weird. Earlier tonight I got like 50 or 60 kills in a row without running into a single soul. If I run into another for these like last 30, that's I guess just Friday nights for you. Oh, there's my looting bag. Bury the bones. I wish I had a chisel to cut this in
The
real.
jumping down doesn't bother me that much. If it would have worked. I thought it was clever enough that it was worth doing. Weird the second one just didn't go. Alright, anyone know where you can buy bomb shoes? I have no clue.
Tyler, you muted this whole time? You gone?
I gotta go back to... Is Hyrule the only place?
I guess he's gone.
Castle at night. Can you do it as adult? Look, capitalism has to survive even in the complete death and destruction of the market, okay? That's what the corporations would have you believe anyway. Somehow Zelda is a pure world, void of any capitalism. And they just allow their markets to fail.
Hey, there we
There's
go.
a tonic. 200 rupees in the haunted wasteland. There's a guy on the carpet. There is a guy on the carpet. I've been to talk to him. Not in this playthrough. They say that there's a guy on the carpet. You know what's funny? We could probably finish Dodongo's child at this point. There's no reason for me to switch back now. I'm still going to switch back. Unless... Alright, where's the bomb shoot guy? Running his illegal shop here. In the back alley. This is a new type of bomb. 60 rupees? Bro, what are these prices? You can't get this now. Please explain it to me like I'm 5. Why can't I get this now? I literally own bomb shoes. Oh, I don't have a bomb bag. Oh, that's actually super bad. So am I just hosed? I can't finish Dodongos now? Dang, so if you get bomb shoes, you're limited to 5. Oh no, that locks us out, dude. If I save and quit, will it restock my bomb shoes now? No, I don't think it's worth resetting. Carpet salesman guy because he does not require bomb. Oh, I didn't know that. That's some juicy information. Okay.
Poor me.
Problem is I don't have a hook shot. Can I get to him still? I don't think I can. I think we're screwed. Oh man, we're super screwed. Okay. Ooh, that sucks. I didn't know. These are the growing pains. I didn't know that was a thing. That you can't buy bomb shoes. Really just need to find bombs. It's killing me. Well, the good news is we can go do Ice Cavern. Everyone's favorite. No, I went to DC knowing it was out of logic. That was my choice. I wanted to see if I could do it. And I think I would have been able to. If that second bomb shoe blew up, I think we were in business. I'm pretty sure the only thing that's required is to light the eyes. You don't need the bombs, because I think everything else just gives you the bombs you need, right? Let's see. I guess we can go to Gyarados Valley? There are 2 checks in Gyarados Valley, and also we can do Scarecrow as adult. Brutal Seed, dude. It's gonna, no, you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be Goron City. And I keep holding off on it. We have the clue. I've been ignoring it the whole time. Can you rolling Goron as adult without bomb shoes? Oh, you do need a third one to... Okay, they don't give you the bomb to break into the boss room.
Renard.
The seed fell apart real fast.
Renard.
Not that we were going to beat it tonight, but that we might clear like half of the seed tonight. I think we're going to need a part 2 and maybe a part 3. Yeah, I started like 3 hours ago. I'm new though, so it's gonna take me a long time. Already forecasted that. This is my weekend seed. Okay, rolling Goron. That's about the only thing we can do here, I think.
Alright, are you still watching Golden Death?
Oh, as adult, it doesn't matter where you stop it, right? It's as child.
No,
You
you're
have to
not
stop
I
it.
have him open.
Okay.
I have
got-
this muted so I don't mute.
He got owned. Did you see that?
I did not see him get owned.
He ran out of. He lit
Nailed
the
it.
second eye in Dodongo's rug. Or rather, didn't light it because he screwed up.
Legend.
Yeah, doing it with 2 bomb shoes
And
seems
then-
like a
yeah.
bad idea.
Well, he didn't. Yeah, he had no bomb for the boss room either. I didn't even think about that. But yeah.
Well, he can. It looks he can pick up the bomb flowers. So
Ooh.
Does he have the bracelet though?
well, he just picked a bomb flower up to throw at
We have the hero
Oh.
indeed.
little guy. So
I don't think there's a bomb flower in that room.
there's bomb flowers in the corners. In case you run out of bombs.
No. You
No,
have
for
to.
the boss fight.
Flower when
I
it's
guess for the
alive.
room before it, yeah, you'd
Yeah.
still be screwed actually.
Did you see my aim
Yeah.
though? Oh, please get a heart so that stupid beep goes away. Thanks, streamer.
Trying to think if I want to keep watching Golden or look for seek out something better, but I don't know what else better there is right now.
lot of
Nothing.
yellow
You'll just go
squares.
back to watching VTubers.
I
Ice
don't
Cavern
watch
feels like the right
VTubers.
play here.
Never say that
Hmm.
again.
There's so little everywhere else.
Let's see what that stream is up to. Nothing.
Everyone's favorite, the ice.
Japanese-
I don't watch VTubers. Immediately opens
You know
VTuber
what?
stream.
I don't
Japanese
hate it.
trivia
Okay.
thingy, apparently. In case you were curious.
I don't hate it. Actually, if we want to... Okay, are we going to get the 2-for-1 again?
Alright, is this guy gonna
I
let
brought
me
back
walk
the-
past? Let me
the
pass.
weakness.
Okay, they do.
I fell off the cliff and I took damage.
Good to know.
Oh yeah, the bottles
Speed
have
this
been,
up.
they've been dishing them out. It's been crazy. Above Dodongo's, there was one. I think... Did we get one from the milk game? The Lon milk guy? I don't remember where that other one was. Okay, you all know that I'm just gonna go here because it's the lake, so... Huge waste of time. But I don't care. Actually, you know what? This might be a really good routing choice because... We've got Gyarados Valley. We can go from there to the lake. Get a bunch of hints along the way. And then we can swim to Zora. That's pretty much all the green you could need. I'm trying to learn how to walk backwards, but I keep like walking into walls and stuff. Harder than it looks. The side hops are really quick too. Backflips not so much. Okay, doing these checks requires me to remember how to do these checks.
Lava sizzling
Got a crate.
ASMR.
We've got a waterfall. The crate's there. I don't have any clue how I'm gonna get that. Why does it think I can do that right now? Waterfall we can definitely do because I can swim. How do you...
Strength potion. Weird.
Can I get the crate right now? Where are my knowledgeable gamers? How to crate. I know it's available. I'm asking, how do I get it? Not as adult. I'm on the adult map and it's green. Is the map lying to me again? There's a chicken here as child. A frickin' map maker lied to me again, dude. I hate that. Okay, what about the other one? Do I need the... Do I need it for both? Yeah, I don't like this map tracker at all, dude. I want to remake it. It just lies constantly.
Golden, there's no good way to represent
Well,
the information
regardless
you
of whether we can do
seek.
this or not, we need to go to the lake, so...
Oh, I need to hop worlds.
Okay, just don't die.
Alright. That was exciting.
What information did you have?
Frozen
What was
cavern
it?
echoes
Yeah,
with the Requiem.
I had him muted, so.
He wanted to it to not show green on the adult screen for the item that's shared with child in the pot that you have to use the chicken to jump to. But the problem is it's a shared item, so how do you represent it? Like, I guess you add another color? I guess you
No
could.
bombs.
And in Goron City, the thing you throw
No,
a bomb into?
here, where he is right now. The chicken. The Gerudo Valley chicken heart piece.
Oh, I see.
Back to the lake again.
I mean, I'm sure there's some way over there as a doll. Like, I don't...
Yeah, but he doesn't have it.
If I die here, I'm gonna
Sure.
But it's green because
I mean,
it's a
yeah, no,
shared item.
it's a shared item, so there's no reason to unrepresent it. Like, you probably should have come over here as child.
Yeah.
I think this is his fault for not
double defense.
knowing how
I
the
take
game
that
is,
too.
how to play the game.
Maybe we can stop hearing the heart. for some clues, and then we'll go to Scarecrow. And then we'll get bombs, because that's what the Scarecrow will have, guaranteed. It's a go one guarantee.
I would not trust a go one guarantee.
Well, you can trust it to be the opposite. Whoops.
Don't kill me.
I'm slacking off from my bone-bearing duties.
What was... Oh, no!
Just get owned by a freaking bird. Get wrecked, nerd.
Ooh, they say that Death Mountain Crater is on the way of the hero. I think that's new information. Shoutouts to the Gwei. Maker of so many great Giano clips back in the day.
Marineris.
Why did that not... Hello? Why do you repeat the song there? Why is that a check? Hello? So why is adult fishing not on...
It's a check because you can play with a setting where it isn't auto set. But if you have a brain, then you've auto set that. In fact, if you have a brain, you don't even need to use a song. Just like that. Golden. Golden.
I already have the beans planted.
Golden.
Wait, he says he has the bean
I don't
planted.
think it knows that I have the beans planted.
It assumes you have the bean. If you have the bean planted, then why don't you use the bean? I'm very confused.
Platform.
Oh, he
I
doesn't.
think it's because like the scarecrow is lit up in case you need to like.
He doesn't remember
come
where
visit it.
he doesn't remember where he planted the bean just a little bit ago.
That's also possible.
No, he just said it. Where's the platform?
Oh, if you click the
Oh.
thing, then they... I see.
6 more
So why is
gigantes.
Adult Scarecrow, it says repeat song, and it has a picture of the ocarina. Why? What does it do? I'm confused. The Gwei. The Gwei. Take that.
Get knocked off by Gwei protecting ladder. Immediately try to do it again. Not
Yeah.
thinking to do something about the Gwei.
Maybe this time it won't happen.
You know what Breath of the Wild needed? Gweis.
Yeah, maybe Tears of the Kingdom will have a Gwei.
They'll be in all the sky areas and knock you down to the ground.
Oh, we got paid. Can this platform take you to adult fishing? needs the scarecrow. Let's fish. That's not a big one. Hardly a fish worth keeping. £7.
4 more giants. Will I get a special key
Someone
for
else
another
suggested turn
roll
off
with a
fishing.
drop? Probably not.
In the rando. Just turn everything off. There won't be a rando left. We'll turn off the fishing. We'll turn off the shooting gallery. Look, the fishing wouldn't be so bad.
Alright, 3
There was
more.
one fish to catch, and that was the only one we needed. Oh, we got it. The big one. Oh, we got a Deku shield. I want to quit. Okay, now the question is, what does the ice cavern have for us? Say goodbye to the lake. Farewell, my friend. This is blocked off.
Grimy
Nobody told me
Meriton.
that. It's blocked off. Why? Why would they do this? By the power of Din's fire, which I cannot use because I don't have magic. Well, that sucks. That might be the weekend seed of a lifetime. Why is that square green on the adult map? It's bugging me. A crate in Gyarados?
Why you slapped green on the adult map?
Do you get another song by going back to Zarya a second time as adult?
What? She just handed these songs out like candy to Golden Spot?
Maybe we should just do that.
I think what he means is going to
I feel
see
like
her
getting
the
songs
first
is
time, but he's
really
not thinking
important,
about
and
it.
I should try to do that sooner in a playthrough.
It sounds like probably something he was saying.
Alright, last giant kill, baby!
One of like the least optimal routing decisions of all time. I was hoping that one of the gossip stones would put us into what
There we go.
No, Death Mountain Crater is on Way of the Hero.
You've completed 1 Wilderness Slayer task and need 4 more before you start receiving Slayer points. Sad.
Well, I don't know, so
They
when I
don't
say
want
Death
you
Mountain
dipping in
Crater
and
is
out
Way
of
the Hero,
Wilderness
that's
Slayer.
fire
That's,
something, right?
I mean, it's fair. It's
They're big Goron.
the reason why I started
Very
doing
bad
it,
in-
Talon, is like,
or-
okay, my normal Slayer guy, for doing like a similar amount of Fire Giants, would have given me
Not a lot of
4
choices,
points.
at least.
She gives 25 points.
Goodness.
Yeah, that is. You get like special bonuses every 5 and every 10 or whatever.
What are you doing here now?
His
We're not here when I was a child.
10 streak bonus is less than a normal task from her. Just that one. Like, because
Why
his
was
normal
the
streak
kid
bonus
on
is
child
10
with
times.
15? Hello?
10 times? 5 times? 5 times maybe. So I think it's 20 points. It might be 40 points for 10. Alright, well that's 1 down.
Explain.
Bink up. I'm glad I know the lore about this stuff. Oh. Let's see, 24 rune arrows, sapphire, emerald, coins to strength potion. Keep our looting bag on us because we're just gonna go get another one. Hopefully it is something closer to the very edge of the
Yeah, I
world.
thought you could backflip over him. Isn't that a thing you can do? Oh, is that why it's yellow? It's yellow because... Okay. I mean, I don't really care if I backflip over him, you know. That's... I'm cool with that. I just have to figure out how to do it.
Golden, you're not going to backflip over him.
I don't know how to do it. That's the problem. Let's go to the ice cavern like I wanted to an hour ago. Sometimes you gotta stick to the plan.
Give me like skeletons. Wow, that would be a good task. I could kill those guys in a heartbeat. What's the ideal?
Warp from Water Temple closed?
Oh yeah,
Does it
black
open when you
dragons. That would be
clear Water
good.
Temple again?
Can we some lava dragons? Only a few. Oops. Int's good. Chaos Druid's good. 123 mammoths. That's not bad. Sounds worse than it is. Those mammoths are right near the town. I killed some of those for seeds just a while ago.
You just can't warp as adult there.
Let's see. Mammoth Saurus. They have a lot of HP.
Oh, it's the lore. Zora's frozen. Lullaby.
Golden, did you just really try to jump into Zora's fountain?
I thought that you wouldn't need to for some reason.
Why not? Oh, because
Then
it's
when he-
dumb? Alright, what's my chance of getting a key from these bastards?
Okay, he really did walk all the way back there to get back
One out
up.
of
There's a
100.
ladder right there, Golden.
think we're gonna do Ice Cavern and then probably wrap up for the night because I need to get up early for volleyball tomorrow. Going big on the volleyball lately. Loving it.
Oh, somebody's already killing these bastards here. Okay. Jump ship. I will kill these.
Wait, he has Zelda's Lullaby. He just tried to.
No, this one won't be live. This is just practice.
Has he played this game before?
The place that I played at on Tuesday night has live streams of all the courts, which is pretty neat.
There we go. What the heck? Somebody's already fought these
What is this
mammoths?
Did the map lie to me again? How am I gonna?
I don't know. Do you have a bottle, Golden?
You gotta be child to move it. Yeah. Yeah. I think the map lied again. I'm so sick of this map, dude. Okay, maybe we're just done for the night. Actually, if I save quit,
No, wait. You have bottles, Golden.
Oh, that's stupid.
Well, maybe you should play with proper settings.
I feel like all the annoying things are on by default.
Wait, what setting?
I'm gonna change the settings.
Oh, Moon
He
King's
got. He went
Rise.
to. Yeah, he went to Zora's Fountain, and the king was in the way and frozen.
I still think what they need to do for this, I don't know if they'll ever do it. They need the DK64 tag anywhere. I'm so sick. We're back to the child map now. Let's sell the Keton mask. Do that next time. Out of the way. Force adult child. I assume when you switch from adult and child, it would have to reload the zone you're in too, because the zones themselves aren't the same. I don't know. I think it's cool. It's a cool idea. I'm gonna post it in the Discord. Every time I come up with a cool idea, I post it in the Discord, and then like 10 people respond and like, that's a stupid idea. Love it. That's my goal.
Gee, I wonder why.
Golden is like the epitome sometimes of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where he plays a thing once and he's like, I know better than the people who do it all the time. And that's not to say like a new person couldn't have an idea, but if you think you're always having brilliant ideas, it's possible. It's possible that maybe
Maybe you don't.
maybe you aren't as brilliant as you think you are.
wonder how easy it'd be. Like I've never done. This is a problem. Was that always there?
Two more attack levels before I can use my sick weapon. Potato seeds.
How did I climb Zora's River before? What in the world is going on? I want to just quit. I'm done with this seed.
Quitting, that's a good trick. What else would give me a nice attack bonus? Probably nothing. Oh, this helmet would, but I can't equip it. Well, straight from take a sippy from the pool.
Every time I make a seed, they're awful. Where's the setting for not awful seed? I think next time I'm going to start myself with bomb.
Maybe, maybe, just maybe, it's a golden problem.
No. It is everyone else who plays this game that is the problem.
It's 11:30. I'm done. I think I'm just done for the night. We'll play more this weekend. I need to get some sleep anyway before volleyball, so probably a good idea to wrap up. We'll do Ice Cavern next time, if I remember correctly. Good game. The good news is my program works perfectly. We've got beautiful text scroll at the bottom of the screen. It will be there next time when we wrap up. So we'll remember all the things that they said. Have fun with the volleyball. Thank you. I've been loving volleyball. Like so I don't know if you guys have it in your state, but in Minnesota, we didn't have boys volleyball growing up, so I always wanted to play. But boys volleyball wasn't even a thing that you could do. And no one had conceptualized it.
Golden.
It's just now in 2020.
That is not.
Where
There's.
are enough high schools that have.
That is not true.
Convincing. Still
I had already closed them. What's he going on about?
the high school league.
He's saying that in Minnesota,
They voted on
boys.
it and lost by a vote of 4-5.
Boys volleyball didn't exist
It's so expensive
until recently.
you can't afford the volleyball.
It just didn't exist.
Where did Minnesota doesn't even play volleyball? They ain't got no beach.
Yeah, it lost 4-5 because they said
Play it on
Can't
Forest
play-
Lakes.
It's hilarious because they just shell out millions for football. But supposedly it's going to pass this year. I think they said like 70 teams, 70 high schools in the state have teams.
But now he's talking about high school volleyball. But Golden,
Not
you're
for
not
lack
playing
of
high school volleyball. I hope you're not playing high school volleyball.
Cut it, yeah. It does.
Look, he got auto plays due to his skill level. Okay.
Oh.
Trendy game to play. Like, there's a lot of high schools that are adding club teams. So, any case, I never really got a chance to play when I was a kid, and then all through college and stuff. Like after college, I tried to convince friends to play, and they were on board with it right up until it came time to sign up and make a team, then they would back out. So finally just doing it for myself. And going to lessons a couple times a week. And then some open gyms and different things. So it's been really fun. It's most of my weekends now. It's cool to have something to do. Oh yeah, hockey. I'm actually starting hockey in April. That's exciting too. This is my year of trying new things, I think. I signed up for volleyball a couple months ago, and then I'm gonna start hockey in April. That'll be interesting if I don't die. But yeah, so if I don't stream tomorrow night, I'm probably playing volleyball somewhere, but we'll see. I I think I might be on to it. I don't know if we need a Sunday stream. We could probably do that too. So more of this terrible, tragic seed. Here.
Adventurer's pants of disobedience.
That's right.
Same. What are you doing?
Reading this item that was just picked up in game.
What game you playing?
I'm not playing. I'm watching.
What game you watch?
Sucks because
D4 still.
That's going to
This guy's addicted.
force me to play positions that I don't know that I want to play.
Just had it open in the background the whole time.
He's addicted.
Like I think that my coach sees me as an outside hitter, and I see myself as a setter. So it's not gonna go well.
Why does this game have Why does this game have
It's been fun.
ultimates?
Like learning all the positions is cool. Lots to learn.
Pat will not explain this.
Yeah, I mean, like at practice, we don't really have assigned positions either because we're not it's not a team. So if I get put on a team, I'd probably be in like a, whatever they need.
Kill that bastard.
But anyway, I'm gonna end the stream here. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Let you know how volleyball goes tomorrow, and then keep playing this seed this weekend, either tomorrow night or Sunday. So catch you back here later in the weekend.
Oh yeah, I need to grab that Slayer bracelet. Just have AFK this kill. There's like no chance I get PK'd anywhere near here. Alright, let's check the Hollow Live thing. Nothing!
Time to PK Ivan.
I don't even think you could if you wanted to.
PK!
Fire! Take the red bones.
Hello?
Hello?
My mic was fucked up. Talon, what were you asking? You were asking something?
Why does Diablo have ultimates?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, why does it have ultimates?
What are you talking about?
One of the skills, I'm guessing you only get to pick one skill at like that passive tree, but they're called ultimates in the game.
What class is he playing?
I'm not playing anything. I mean, both
just
Sorcerer and Barbarian had ultimates, so. Pat's completely
alright?
floored.
I never... I mean, I didn't get to... You have to be like level... past 25. I don't have
You
the
do not.
ultimates.
I'm pretty sure you. I've been just watching Crip all day. I'm pretty sure he's gotten them on both.
You probably get more skill points by doing quests.
Is Pat bad at the
Did
game?
you do no quests, Pat?
I'm only level 22.
My god, Pat's bad at the game.
Okay. Playing a beta
He's horrible.
for min-maxing. Yeah, that's when
I can't believe Pat's so bad at the game, Talon.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Hopefully he'll learn how to play one day. He's gonna kill us.
Yeah, probably.
What do I need to grab up? Mold. Oops, I need to enchant these bastards. Put this one. Boop. Put these back. Alright. Back to grinding mammoths. Now that I remembered to grab my thing to speed up the task. I want a shiny key. Give me a shiny key.
I don't know.
Okay, I see it now. There's like the last tier which you can't get, but those aren't the ultimates.
Yeah, it's like
There's
probably
like
just the tier before last. Like I think it's just like this tier you can only pick one skill from that tier, and it's
it's
just
called
that?
a key passive.
I would
yeah,
simply
there's no way.
pick Chaos Inoculation. Oh, sorry, I meant disorder vaccine. Donut steal.
The problem is there's not enough hotkeys to use all the skills.
Well, no, it's designed so that you do not.
I mean, does it have anything akin to, like, synergies?
Not. Well, kind of. There are a little bit.
All of the skills seem to have like little nodes coming off of them to like do some improvement stuff.
Yeah, there's like I mean, they're not direct synergies like, oh, this level of this skill to give this other skill damage. It's like, you know, like some of them say like, oh, if you hit an enemy that is like vulnerable or chilled or shocked or whatever, then it does more damage, or it does some effect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then some of the other skills like give those stat effects.
Okay, it gets. They've got a bunch of weird classifications looking at it. Okay, well, I'll think about that in a second.
Yeah, without saying so like, when I was talking about the Paragon system, that's basically where the depth is coming from, I think.
I thought the Paragon system just continually gave you stats forever.
In D3 it did.
Oh, good lord. Okay, that's the Paragon board, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay, I've looked up a skill tree calculator if you would like a look at things, but it is not using the in-game representation. It has done its own thing to quickly get it together.
The skill tree is not very complex at all. It's very simple, so...
Yeah, I mean, it seems fine. Like, it seems like there's enough to it that, like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
The fact that this whole Paragon board thing, I guess it's just stats.
There's like nodes that do certain things akin to like legendary items.
Generic socket? Glyph socket?
Eye
Board
socket.
attachment gate? Yeah, it's hard to parse what all the Paragon stuff is doing from this. It Oh, let's see if I can find anything.
There's also a weird enchantment slot you unlock.
Yeah, it looks like skills have a enchantment effect.
Yeah.
Didn't D3 have that, where you like augment your skills? I guess it was like runes or something instead.
No, it's completely different. It's like a global
it's
effect that you use on a, like, basically you have to learn a skill to use it. But it's like a like for example, I have mine on Fireball. It just says like whenever you kill an enemy, it explodes.
They explode in a fireball for 50% of its damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Basically, I have an exploded mod for free.
So yeah, they like generate an extra half power fireball when you blow them up.
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
Excuse me, Mammoth. I'm existing here.
It really loves whatever this vulnerable mechanic is.
Slay the Spire.
I mean, yeah, it's probably just a generic, it takes more damage mod.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Do we have any sense? I mean, the debate is probably too early, but we don't know how crafting might work, do we? Did D3 even have crafting? I guess that's more
There's
of a
like
modern
generate
thing.
an item crafting. I think it's
There's crafting.
like there's lotto. There's also a weird kind of crafting where I think when you break down items, you can get like unique legend mods off like legendary
it's-
items
so-
or whatever.
Mm.
The new thing in this game is that you can upgrade items, which it just like kind of increases like the stats on it, whatever. I think there's like a max you can upgrade. But there's also the thing I talked about the other day. It's called imprinting, where you can imprint like a unique affix onto a rare.
Yeah.
And I think you can also reroll normal affixes on legendaries as well. Uniques.
Oh.
I think with like if you get
That was also in Diablo 3.
oh my gosh, they put freaking weird elixir things in the game. There's freaking buff pots in this game.
Okay, that should not shock you.
It's just like 30 minutes of or like the weak one anyway, small percent like resistance and also 5% experience. So they just seem like they're good to use, I guess.
They're 14 foods.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, I feel like a lot of the things in this game kind of reek of MMO design, and not necessarily in a bad way.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too surprising.
The whole map being big enough that you would definitely want to mount seems questionable, but you know.
Oh wait, there's mounts in the game?
I
Ride a horse.
yeah.
That's... Why does any game that isn't like a 3D adventure game even want to mount? Why would anyone want to mount in the game? Or like a Morpagur I get as well, like something
mean,
with big zones.
This feels very MMO though.
Yeah, it definitely looks very MMO-y from what I've watched. Do you know anything about the whole level scaling thing, Pat? Is that a thing that they're planning? I'm guessing it has to be a thing they're planning for, like, release or whatever. I don't...
What do you mean?
Well, like, it seems like all the zones have been scaling to level.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they just scale to level at all time.
Yep.
So that would also kind of why you'd want to be a mount, is if you need to like travel across. Like the zones are pretty big too. If you want to like head towards a new area of the map you haven't been to yet, because like everything scales, so you just go wherever, whenever. Like I don't know.
I mean, are quests procedural as well?
There's definitely some like procedural event stuff, but there's also like a
fates.
yeah.
Okay,
There's also
yeah,
like
there's
a
that
main quest line you
variable.
can follow that. Yeah, whatever.
I don't know if quests are procedural. That might be later in the game. They also have like an adventure journal system in Lost Ark. Like, it's called Renown, where you get like account-wide stat boosts and stuff like that.
So that's why I've seen people calling it Lost Ark. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that how Paragon again originally worked in D3? I think that was account
Okay.
level, right?
Paragon, it is account level, but Paragon is just like over leveling. Just
Yeah.
You could still level after you get max HP or max level.
Yeah, but it applied like to any new characters you started to.
Yeah, these are different. They're not just like
Well, sure.
plus damage.
I just
It's
mean
like,
the idea of that's like a very
Yeah, but the
WoW
way you-
heirloom thing.
the way you get it is not just through leveling. It's like
Yeah,
Well, sure. I'm just talking about the general. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm
the
saying it's
general
very
idea.
close to Lost Ark, which is why I made that comparison.
More like Lost.
Yeah, I've
Park.
just seen people like saying like the game's literally Diablo 3 or it's just Lost Ark, and I didn't know what relation Lost Ark had to anything, so it's like that system. That makes sense. Yeah, I know you expand, like, through that system, you expand your potions. So, like, he started with 5 potions when he made his sorcerer. And, like, you start with, like, the free skill points you've unlocked. But you can also just redo, like, the zone quests or whatever that unlock those for the normal XP reward, so... Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it sounds like that's something Poe should steal, so you can make another freaking character without doing 80 hours of the story.
You know?
Well, Poe won't steal it because everyone loves the campaign. Why would anyone want to skip the campaign? We're gonna give you a new campaign.
Poe would also need to still add a way to level alternately.
Diablo 3 had a way to level alternately.
Yeah, it's like a whatever
Diablo.
adventure mode where you go do like plain quests or like randomly generated quests or whatever.
What
Yeah.
did?
Diablo 3, they added the...
Rifts? That's different.
No, it was called Adventure Mode.
Yeah, you basically just went around the campaign map and got like, you had like random quests you could just go do. You could just teleport wherever, I guess.
Yeah, it was actually pretty nice.
Yeah, if you didn't want to deal with that crap again, which you didn't because the story was really bad and... God.
This story isn't that great either so far.
Well, I mean, it is Act 1, so...
From
Yeah,
what I have
it's-
seen, no, it's not that good. But it's like at this point, I just need to pretend it's not Diablo anymore. It's none of it's relevant. It's not real. Just tune it out.
But talented can hurt you.
No, it can't. It's not real. But yeah, like what I know of story is like there's totally not girl from the well, I say totally, but totally not the same as girl from last game. But this time, her mother was this girl's
hamster.
mother was worshiping Lilith, and you help her find her mother, who is summoning demons or whatever, and she dies summoning demons. It's very sad.
Is Deckard Cain dead? He died, right?
Yes, he died. He got butterfly death in Diablo 3.
I'll find a way to bring him back.
Yeah, you must crush Deckard
I mean,
Cain's
there's
soul
like a,
stone.
yeah, there's a small segment where it's like, oh, this illusion shows you Tristram. Remember Tristram?
I love Tristram! Do you think there'll be a cow level?
So long as they don't do another pony level.
Does anyone else cow level? Yeah, remember when people made fun of Diablo 3's art style and they were completely right in every way? And they made fun of those people?
Yeah.
Because Diablo 3's art style was actually garbage.
Having looked at this more, it's not the same as Diablo 3, but it's still got some it's really muddy, I feel like, in a lot of places. But unlike like portions of Diablo 3, the map doesn't look like just someone's fucking painting that they slapped on the ground. It looks like they actually bothered to make like terrain and shit.
Don't you insult Final Fantasy VII's backgrounds that way.
That's not a fair comparison at all. Just remember, like, the desert region, there would be like large like portions of like cracked ground, but they were just like a painted on effect. It was just so bad.
Cool.
Or like maybe you couldn't walk on it, but yeah, it was just like weird flatness.
Dude, I'm profiting lobsters. I don't need more lobsters. Stop giving me these lobsters. I don't want more. I don't
need Ivan of his lobsters.
I don't need no lobsters. Now get out before I lob you out.
Oh yeah, but looking at this, it looks like, yeah, there's a bunch of skill areas. Like this is just, or there's like basic skills, which like for the caster, or I guess for everyone, they don't cost like a resource, so they can help you, let you like rebuild your resources. And then you've got your core skills, which are just, I don't know, your solid set of core skills.
Lightning Warp, Molten Strike.
It uses
It uses your. Well, I assume everything past basic does use resources, right?
No.
No.
For sorcerer, it's like there's a defensive skills, which are just on cooldown.
Oh, okay, I guess.
And then conjuration, which is also free and on cooldown. But
okay, defensive skills don't use mana, and okay, ultimates don't use mana. It looks like they just have a cooldown. Okay, your defensive buff skills, your whatever subsection of skills is represented in other people by conjuration. Oh, Hydra's the only conjuration with a mana cost.
Get up onto Hydra's back!
Okay, I will complain about their conjuration skills though, because Hydra is the only one that's like, why is Lightning Spear and Ice Blade? Like Ice Blade's okay, technically you're conjuring these like Ice Blades, but
there you go.
They persistent. I get, I kind of get.
Oh, that makes sense. That's a solid reason to be conjuration.
I can show you right now.
I just feel like you should. What I'm trying to say is, I feel like you should make something cooler than Ice Blades and a Lightning Spear. Like you've got Hydra. Why not like a giant ice golem or like I don't know.
I already got a golem guy.
Why not things similar to like a fake summon like Hydra instead of?
It's copywritten.
I don't think they are.
Dude, Poe is gonna sue them if they use Icicle.
They can summon water elementals,
There
like
you go.
That's not ice.
ice elementals.
Ice 9 elementals.
They really couldn't put water elementals in. People would riot.
Well, my character's gonna be named Jaina Proudmore XXX.
So I'm using Chain
Don't
Lightning.
Google that.
Too late.
Yeah, chain
And
lightning looks ridiculous.
The really cool part about Chain Lightning is that it can bounce off of you.
What?
So single target is actually pretty good if it's just you and something else.
Okay, that is what it was doing. Then it looked like that when Grip was using it.
So wait, can it just bounce back and forth between you and them, or only
Yep.
hit once? Oh.
Yep.
Okay, that's
Not only are you making this game
It hits
sound
anything, it can
more
hit anything
amusing,
multiple times, but it prioritizes enemies over you. So like, it,
it's
it'll only
basically a
work on
single target
one-on-one.
thing. It sounds like.
I mean, I'm not rooting against Blizzard. At this point, I'll root against anybody who makes Poe make better harvesting. I want Diablo to succeed, so Poe has to do work.
Someone else being more successful in forcing Poe to evolve would be great. Yes, I cannot say this is the game I would have chosen, but it's really not looking bad enough to be bad. I really don't know. So weird.
It's gonna be successful just because.
Well, sure, Diablo 3 was successful.
Yeah.
Diablo 3 was wildly successful, except it didn't have the legs. But like,
Yeah,
those legs
I mean,
don't pay Blizzard anything, really. I mean, much, really.
well, they've got a bunch of crap that they're shoving into this for that, but
Yeah, I'm sure.
it's like cosmetic garbage. So
Battle Pass.
yeah, it's
Your
a battle
favorite.
pass.
I love Babble Babs.
The premium version lets you level your battle pass faster, I guess.
Yes, give me Babble Babs.
Ooh, Predator Goblin, come here. I haven't seen one of
Can't
these.
believe I'm more and more feeling like I might end up playing and
Fine.
liking this game.
If it's good, you're allowed to like it.
Yeah, but I have to admit to it being good.
Unique pants. Come here. Oh, I killed
I
it.
just want to use my dragon skimmy.
Unique chest armor. Dude, I'm rich.
Oh, do you, aside from like unique models and stuff, Pat, do you actually look at the like actual stats on items, or do you just pay attention to like the item power stat that is?
Those are relevant stats.
Yeah, I noticed like the items have the like individual stats like listed on them, but then it's got like a
It's
item
similar to
power,
D3
which is
though,
just like
with
I guess, like a
well,
sum.
you look at the damage, like the DPS on it.
well, it seems like that was listed in basically the same area. I can't really get a good look at the items through Grip, so. But like defensive items also have like individual resists on them, but.
Yeah, I can show you.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah,
It's
there's
just
like,
like,
the
have you
stats.
been like changing your resists at all to account for things, or what?
Not at this level, no.
Yeah, I mean, it is Act 1. With what in Act 1?
It's
can
fair.
So like the damage here.
Well,
it's
if
like
you play
D3 where-
Barbarian,
where the damage of the weapon
The frick?
dictates like the damage of your spells.
okay,
and
there,
abilities.
yeah, there's the damage. It's just, they have the whole item power thing, which is like, I'm guessing that's just a
That's just, like,
summary
item-
of the
that's, like, item
stats.
level.
Well, it seems like an overall summary of your not a summary, but like a total of the power the item gives for your character based on
But
whatever.
it's still like bound to like the level of monsters that you fight. It's just like item level.
Right.
Basically. But yeah, there's like, you know, +6 core skill damage. There's like relevant stats. And yeah, like items can just give you +1 to skills, certain skills too.
That's good. I
Oh,
always
can
like
those
that.
go over like the skill cap? I'm guessing maybe. Maybe you haven't had a chance to see.
If I get one that's like 29, I can. But I'm pretty sure it can. Because they grant you the skill if you don't have it.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know there's like a low cap on like actually investing in the skill itself, but they all have like some improvement nodes behind them.
Yeah, this one has +1 rank to all defensive skills.
And the way they've got it set up, you could link like actual real builds with it. Ah, damn it.
Why are you mad?
Wee, I might have to
Look,
play
Blizzard-
a game.
Blizzard was not supposed to ever be good again, okay, Pat? Let me have
Don't
that.
put your hopes up yet.
I mean, they're not. I wouldn't say.
Let's wait.
I don't know. I can't say they're up, but
Are they left? Are they right?
Wait, there's also a weird mechanic.
Give me a Laren's key. I want to go see
over-
Laren.
I don't know what overpower is, but it's like the crit for tanks.
some of your current life and fort. Oh, okay. I really hope like whatever their stupid fortify mechanic is, it has more ways to actually work with it. Because I did see that briefly while he was playing Barbarian. He unlocked some whatever those weird passives you get from dungeons are. I don't even know what those are or do.
Or yeah, those are the masters or renowns. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I
Adventure
have.
Journal shit. That's the adventure journal shit I was talking about.
Is that just like a passive you have at all times?
Yeah, like the codex.
Yeah, okay, that.
So like
The
these are
Codex of
unlocked
Infinite
through
Wisdom.
Dungeons.
Yeah, you clear out a dungeon.
This
You know,
one's
but
not
he.
working for some reason.
Yeah, I have heard that some things are not working like they should.
I think they already like published a set of some sort of notes.
Anyways, though, for Fortify, there was one that gave like 24 Fortify when he swapped weapons 6 times or something.
What?
Yeah,
Is it
and
a
like
burden thing?
yeah, and then you need to hit like you need Fortify to be like larger than his like 200 life pool to actually do something of value, so it's like completely worthless. But I'm guessing / hoping there are other ways to gain Fortify as well, but like it just seemed really bad.
8 and 2.5 damage.
From what I have seen, yeah, Barbarian also just seems really bad.
Sure, I'm for that.
Okay, and that was even a lower item power than what you. Okay, that's fair.
Double.
What? Why even show this weird item power stat if it's actually kind of meaningless?
I mean,
think it's gonna be relevant later.
it's probably also to appeal to the casuals.
Because like, yeah, with Pat looking over his stuff, it doesn't even seem like a guaranteed way of just quick looking at what item is better. Because he's basically comparing two of the same thing there, but with
Yeah.
slightly different mods.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably
Never
like
living.
literally the WoW crowd needs some sort of quick way to know at least a general level of how good something is, so that they don't want to read stats like a nerd. Do maths? No.
Oh yeah, Diablo 4 also has basically glamoring, the same thing WoW does.
Yeah,
But
it's
like
not
when you salvage your items, you unlock the effect. And salvaging unlocks crafting material. I guess the crafting materials are used for the item lot to make your items at the lotto. It seems like just a lotto making.
People have really weird like thoughts about glam systems. People get like really passionate one way or the other about like no game should ever let you glam, or like every game needs glam.
I mean, it seems kind of useless in this game, but at the same
Sure,
time, Pat's got a very high quality like character model there for his like character screen. So like
yeah,
and like yeah, in the like actual in the cutscenes, you actually see like a very decent model of your character.
well,
So,
I've
I don't
also
know,
seen
or decent enough.
I
Cutscenes
guess
aren't good.
my
But...
my context for this recently is like people in RuneScape apparently are like, no, there should never be a glam system. And it's like,
I'm guessing they want to know what people are wearing so they can rob them or whatever.
I guess, but like they're not just talking about the PvP. It's just like no, like I guess it was a air quotes controversial change to some to make it so you don't have to have these particular gardening shears equipped to get like your extra yields. I think I mentioned this that applied to me because I have them. But like whenever anybody was doing farming, you know, they had these green secutors out because like it was just strictly optimal, and they just made it so that you need them in your inventory. Like you don't have to have them equipped. And people are like, I liked seeing everyone use them. It's like that's weird, bro. I need to see them all with the secutors.
I guess with this system, there's no real reason to be like a... I mean, maybe there'll be a capstone or something, but no reason to be a mono-element caster. I guess gear has like elemental types of damage on it, so maybe that's the reason.
I don't need a reason, I've got my way.
Literally Malachi.
My way.
Too many.
Give me your luck. I literally have a 1 out of 100 drop on these guys to get a Laren's key. I'm killing about 100 of them, so I'm expecting a key.
You will get no key.
But I need to do another gacha roll and roll another 200 gold ore or whatever the frick.
Oh, there was one thing that like almost seems MMO-y, but I don't think any MMO could do right. Have you fought and unlocked the strongholds, Pat, or whatever they're called? Guessing you've done some. The like towns where you like fight the enemies and then it becomes a town after you finish the thing.
I mean, is it part of the quests?
No, it's just like things out in the world. Or at least from what I have seen.
I don't think Pat played the game.
He's almost at level cap, and he has no idea what I'm talking about. Now I'm really confused.
Maybe they're rare.
Well, I've seen at least 2 of them.
Yeah, but that's the streamer build. We know how streamer builds work.
Clearly.
A bunch of this stuff that I haven't discovered yet.
Way to spoil Talon. God. Can't take that guy anywhere.
Well, I didn't even realize it was spoiler. I guess I also have no actual clue how common it is in the area if Pat hasn't found one yet.
We'll get an ultimate. Deep freeze. This is a fucking D3 skill.
That's a WoW skill.
Deep
skill.
freeze. It's a Kingdom Hearts skill. See ya.
It's ice block, but with a offensive effect.
So it's not a WoW skill, because there's an actual skill in D3 called Deep Freeze. I think.
Well, probably.
You get Inferno and Hydra, which are like the same thing.
It sounds like Inferno is you summon. Pat won't get that joke. I was gonna say you summon Aspero's Fire Serpent to attack people.
I get that joke. Sounded like you said
You know, like,
Asperos,
that's
though.
fucking insane. A random core ponderation from mastery.
Do you only get one ult? Can you get multiple ultimates?
No, it X's out when you hover it.
Oh, okay.
Notice
Okay,
if
I
you
see.
make
I see. I understand.
Big
Okay.
red text that says you may only select one ultimate.
I thought I did see that earlier. Now that okay, I understand the U. Okay, that also answers another question. Was like, are you also locked out of the other like ultimate nodes down there?
I mean, these are probably. No, not really. You can still get them.
Okay, there's stuff that where you spec into elements in the ultimate area, so like you basically. Oh my gosh.
Mom, the mammoths are breeding. Oh, they stopped.
The game has enough potential.
I don't have enough fucking skill sets.
Correct. You'd have to use the console limited nonsense.
What?
Well, okay. So they designed the skill bar the way they do. Like they did the same thing in
'Cause
D3, where it's both controller and so they can make a console release.
I don't
Like,
think.
I'm sure it's the
I
same
don't
thing
think that's
here.
the reason. I just think it's just like balance. You can definitely cast like 50 skills with the fucking controller.
You can, but I'm just like that was the thing with Diablo 3 though, is like everyone suspected when they released it the way they did that they were preparing for like an unannounced console version, and that's why it was so limited in skill numbers. It's like you can definitely do more because Grim Dawn has controller support and it has much bigger skill bars where it's fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying. That's probably not the reason why.
Well, I'm saying in general console players are casuals. They need tiny skill bar. Don't hurt them.
After finishing up the Deathless series, I thought it'd be fun to try
Well,
the
that's
reverse.
a different.
This was a terrible
issue.
idea.
I mean,
Nobody.
I mean, maybe I wasn't explaining.
It would probably still only have
And
4
it's pretty
slots.
obvious why. RTS is not made for pacifism.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
welcome to the story of the hell
Maybe,
I
but
decided
it
to put
really
myself
shouldn't.
through for no real reason.
That's what I'm saying.
The rules are simple. No killing enemy
I
units, no
agree. It
deserts
should
unless
definitely
they're
have
required
more
objectives,
slots.
No intentionally attacking
But I'm saying
enemies,
they are.
I'm not
I'm
responsible for
poorly
the
explaining
actions of my
that,
allies,
that I think
and
they are
play
just
on
appealing to
normal, because
casuals.
there's no way that this is even
Didn't you
vaguely
do this
possible
already?
on anything more difficult. Liberation Day is the start, and it's already
Oh,
rough.
that's why I'm
After
having
running
deja
past the
vu. I
first
think
few
I just
packs of
watched.
enemies
Okay.
comes the allied drop pods.
Sounds
I don't grab them fast
just
enough,
give
and
me-
my
I mean,
forces
he's
brutally
Bitsy
murder
now,
an
you
innocent
just
Dominion
humor
Marine.
him.
and
Look,
I have
okay,
to
I
work
just
this
watched
out.
someone
In
else
my
do
next
this on a
attempt, I
source.
managed
Sure,
to
Grandpa.
kill.
Mhm.
Next is the truck. I send him in to tank.
Let's get you to
uh,
bed.
Waymark and charge my Marines through. After entering the Dominion facility, a group of unaffiliated civilians show up and start firebombing the
Follow the
Dominion.
trail of blood.
Taking advantage of this unrelated chaos, I slip one Marine into the
I'm
corner and
not
take out the
old.
Dominion headquarters while a Viking kills everybody that's waiting for the potty. The headquarters dies, and 5 kills. We need to talk about score screens before we can truly get into this run. They're incredibly
quests are-
inconsistent. Sometimes killing objectives counts
Like-
as kills. Sometimes my allies killing stuff counts.
Generic
In this
MMO
instance,
fetch.
the AI civilians threw firebombs and got 5
Some
kills,
old
and
MMOs.
they counted. Every time something like this happens, I will briefly go over what happened because it's a little bit interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, they seem like...
One thing I find really charming about YouTube...
If they're any kind of generic MMO quest, they're kill quests, but it seems like they do, like, scenario-ish things with them
your life at all.
to some
Today,
degree.
You're going on the world's most comprehensive masterclass on how SCV
Click the
repair
person to
works.
free them,
I can
or
confidently say that without the
like
ability to repair
fight an
buildings
event
and
or
mechanical
something.
units, this run would be strictly impossible. Enemies will attack, and repairing their target is the only way we can contest them. I'll save the graphs for later, but basically, the cost
lightning
to
surges
repair
beneath for
buildings
10
from
seconds
rank
whenever you
3
cast
to
a
full
shock
is equal to
skill,
25%
a
of the
random
building's
core
cost.
concentration, or
This means
mastery
that
shock
high
skill is
HP
also...
cheap buildings
Wait,
are ideal to wall with.
Yep.
Barracks are pretty decent
Wait.
for that reason.
Look
As
at
soon
that.
as the
just
first
realized
attack
it's calling
hits,
them
my
shock
income
skills
will
instead of
slowly
lightning
diminish.
skills.
As more enemies show up, more repairing will be required. Eventually, repairing will cost more than I have income, I'll run out of money, and die.
Really?
Fortunately, on the Outlaws, the enemy only attacks once at the 9-minute mark,
really?
and with only 2 Marines.
It
I can
offends
take
me
my time.
deeply.
I build up
No,
150
but
supply
no,
army,
that does
head
sound
out,
like a
and burn
very,
my barracks to
cool
squash.
effect.
The
I was-
objective is a bit tricky here. I must eliminate every
Yes,
Dominion building without damaging a single unit.
Look, the others are
The
frost
enemy
and
Marines
fire.
hurt, but
Shock
the
is not an
Paladins
element,
are the
though.
worst.
Get
I
out.
can't micromanage my units to avoid fire and not attack at the same time. Once I reach the Bunker of Death, I get it burning and move on. If
Why
I
is it
killed
not
it now,
called
the
cold?
enemies inside would start chasing me. As I target fire every building, the Terran
Because WoW
floods
had frost.
around me. I get cleaned up with a single enemy factory remaining. It's low. All I have to do is get it
That is a
burning.
long
I
ass
land my
speed.
barracks and start producing Marines. This doesn't go well. I run out of money, all my barracks die, and the factory survives. But I have one final hope. This mission has a special trigger. If the player loses all
WoW
of their
did not have-
SCVs,
well, it
Jim
did have
flies in a
shock, but
dropship
that-
with
not
a
like
bunch
that.
more to help out. I take the reinforcement boys, load them into the command center, and float over to the factory.
Shock.
They will die, but the factory will burn down
Shaman,
before the
this is
Dominion
not a
can come to
shaman
the
shock
command center.
skill. It does
Before you
not.
ask,
You
yes,
can't do that.
Every
For
single
sure.
mission in this run is going to be this
Thank you.
painful. There is no happiness here, only SCVs, medics, and pain. Normally 0 Hour would be the exception. In every challenge run I've ever done, this mission has been an absolute joke. Here is where it gets its revenge. After destroying my heretical missile turrets and grabbing the money on the map, I set up my wall. The majority of the mission is fairly unexciting. My goal is to get the ramp so clogged with Zerg that it gets to a point where enemy
in
reinforcements
circles.
just can't attack. For the most part, this works really well. Unupgraded Zerglings don't kill buildings quickly, but there is one problem. Mutalisks. Mutas rain on my day for a few reasons. Obviously, my wall isn't going to help much against these flying units. On top of that, their glaive attack bounces to 2 additional targets. This kills my SCVs. The answer I came up with is a giant pile of medics. This puts me in a very weird minigame through the rest of the mission. As the muta number increases, I have to make sure that each one is targeting a different medic, otherwise my forces will die. This means I have to jiggle my medic ball around occasionally
okay,
until
I
the
did
mutalisks
watch
change their
also this
target
part
to
of the
something
quest.
that I'm happy with.
I
As
was
do
thinking,
this,
why
I
do all
find
these
the most annoying
NPCs
roadblock
have to
run.
cower in
For
caves in
some
that exact
reason,
form, or did I watch this
Hydra
happen
specifically will
already?
randomly decide to stop attacking my
There's a lot.
buildings
There's
and
a
kill my
few.
workers.
Okay, there are more than
happening.
one too.
Other ranged
That's
units
good.
don't do it that often, but Hydras will decide that one SCV in particular is going to have a bad day and just murder them. There doesn't seem to be any real rhyme or reason as to when this happens. Most of the time, a few SCVs isn't life or death. On 0 Hour, it absolutely is. I get broken.
I guess
and
everyone
die.
prays to
After
that
reloading
one
a
made
couple
up
times,
D3
I
angel.
keep going, and the Hydras are randomly nicer. And then I
Yeah.
run out of money and die anyway. After losing about 10 times with 1 minute left, I take a step back and reflect on my strategy. Engineering bays are slightly cheaper to repair than the barracks I was working with. It turns out that over the 20 minutes, that extra cost added up and ran me dry. I decide that I have to fully reset the mission and build 2 engineering bays in the wall instead of 1. With a combination of an improved wall, good hydralisk luck, and better medic blob micro, it's still not enough to hold the wall. As the Zerg bust me, I do the only honorable thing a Terran can do. Lift all my buildings and float to the corner of the map. With 1 command center and 1
You murdered
barracks
him
alive,
really
the timer
fast.
expires and I can
He's
move
my
on.
ultimate.
I was really excited for Smash and Grab when I was planning out this run. Normally when trying to race a Zerg to get to the artifact, fending off both Protoss and Zerg forces is a pain. But this time, having 2 enemies is great. Most of the time, my starting forces don't get to do much, but today they have a job. I charge the Protoss force that normally attacks at the 1 minute mark and pull them over to the Zerg, where a Spine Crawler takes 2 of them down. Thanks, Kerrigan! Smash and Grab was a nice reprieve from the insanity of the run. This time, I get to taste that sweet cheese. I lift my barracks, float them over to the arena at the end of the mission, and prepare my wall back at home. Once my barracks arrive, they land and start producing Marauders. After getting about 20 Marauders and Medics at the objective, I lift off my command center, drop SCVs on the bonus objectives, and take out the Stone Zealots without issue. And another score screen problem. 2 kills. That's a weird one. There are 3 Stone Zealots, so what's going on here? After testing, for whatever reason, the first 2 Stone Zealots count as kills, while the final one doesn't. Sure, StarCraft, you do you. Between missions, I get both medic upgrades. There are very few upgrades in this run that actually do anything, but not needing a tech lab is great for the early game, and increased healing is going to save me many times throughout this run. I head to Devil's Playground next. The speedrun of this mission only takes a few minutes. I figure I can do something similar. My strategy is pretty simple. I grab my Reapers and send them to other rescuable Reapers, taking small detours on the way to grab money pickups. As one Reaper makes it to the next group, I can keep the chain going. The Zerg attacked pretty early here, and I thought it was going to be a problem, but they didn't hear the evacuation order for the lava, and unfortunately, they couldn't make it out in time. This led to the tragic loss of many beautiful animals. I tried to use a barracks to give the bonus objective Brutalisk a lava bath, but he was having none of it. This is the first of many bonus objectives that I have to skip in this run. My laboratory research is going to be permanently lagging behind. After the lava recedes, my Reapers jet through the Zerg bases and grab all the money that I need. The evacuation is a bit of an oddball here. Missions normally are divided into 2 categories: repair things until I win, or run past stuff and snipe the objective. Escorting a third party across the map presents
all those mobs that guy killed
nice
also drop stuff for you?
They have guns. Unfortunately, they kinda suck. But if I can keep my allies, Marines, and APC alive, they will be able to kill things, which is very neat. The first escort is a free win. I produce medics, and the single-digit number of enemies that strike are cleaned up by the AI. But the next waves won't be that easy. My plan is to hold each attack
so if you even if they're not in your party, if you're playing around other random people, you just
get broken and die. One base income and single SCV production wasn't enough to sustain these walls. I'm gonna have to get a bit more creative. In my next attempt, I tried walling with command centers. Despite costing almost twice as much per hit point to repair, the command center has
I can't, First
is the included.
It didn't seem like you hit any of those mobs, but your lightning could have bounced up there.
Meaning I can slowly let enemies through when they need instead of building them up forever. The downside to getting these command centers running is speed. I cannot produce enough medics to finish the first escort wave. The APC is destroyed, and only 6 of 10 civilians manage to make it off-world. And
you're getting pop-ups about someone doing things in the chat.
The second escort comes and goes, but only a couple Zerglings attack. The second wave generally strikes from 3 angles with more units and multiple Hydralisks. I think the game determines the size of the attack, not on which escort is happening, but how many colonists have escaped. This means that I lost so many colonists that the game thinks I'm on wave 1 still. This is incredible. One would think that I now need a 6th escort to get over 50 colonists, since they come in batches of 10, but that isn't quite correct. The 4th wave sends 12 colonists, and the 5th sends 14, meaning from here, 5 escorts will give me what I need. This was not at all planned. I didn't know about this game state of being so bad that you redo the level 1 attack, but it's really helpful. This process continues. The game looks at the 3rd escort, sees only 16 colonists have been saved, and sends level 2 attack instead of level 3. At this point, pressure has been so low for so long that I have a ton of medics and SCVs. So I do the escort with no trouble. After this wave completes, there are groups of enemies at each of the walls, so I try lifting my command centers, and to my surprise, with no escort to hunt down, the Zerg just go home. This mission is blessed. The final 2 escorts aren't easy, but they're not horrible either. I use an enormous blob of SCVs following the APC to create a force field around it. Repairing SCVs have a lower targeting priority than attacking units, meaning the Zerg will try to get to the APC and ignore the SCVs. Though if you do this long enough, the Zerg will wisen up and start to attack, but it buys enough time that my losses are minimal. Eventually I do lose my walls and can't rebuild them because of the creep spread, but because the Zerg don't send the correct waves and peace out instead of attacking me with their army after the convoy escapes, I can start preparing for the next wave
game's
straight away.
over.
Somehow, everything just worked, and I have no idea why. Feeling confident, I decided to head to the Great Train Robbery. This was a poor decision. The entire mission's mechanic is that I'm limited on money. This makes repairing against the early attack waves take almost all of my income. This would have been more manageable if I had an army to work with. Unfortunately, the mission's unlocked unit is the Diamondback. The Diamondback can fire while moving, and it hits like a truck. The 6 that I rescue around the map keep killing people despite being on a move command. But without their damage, I can't kill the trains without the escort taking me down. After a few resets, I change up my strategy. If my minerals are tied up in repairs, I'll go for a gas-heavy unit. And if I can't fight the escort, I'll just ignore it. I head back to the Hyperion and get the KD8 charge upgrade for the Reaper. This ability targets the ground and explodes after 3 seconds.
Yeah, I can't tell if you drop items on the ground, or is that only that you see them,
the
or...
radius is enough to hit the escorting forces as well. Nope. I'm going to Outbreak to get some better
Crip was
units.
like running across
Heading here was
random,
a good decision. I thought Outbreak
random
would be
items
a
at times
monstrous
that he was
mission, but it
confused
ended up
about.
being
I couldn't
pretty
tell
easy.
like
The
where they
first
had
night
come
was by
from.
far the scariest. I start with next to no income and could barely afford to repair against the infested damage. But the zombies are limited in a big way. During the first night, they're all melee. No matter how many there are, only a fraction of them can hit my engineering base. Once the sun rises, the zombies spontaneously combust and I'm clear for a while. The buildings on the mission have light armor, but annoyingly the anti-light fire bat and Hellion can't actually be used. Each building also spawns broodlings when killed. The area damage of the fire units would accidentally kill them. So I go Mass Reaper. The Reapers are great against the buildings that have issues with broodlings who shred through their poor HP. I suck it up and accept the Reaper losses. The mission has another impossible bonus objective. 2 infestors that provide 1 Zerg research each. Despite being the cause of this infestation, I have to let them live. Once my economy is going, it's a pretty simple process of mass producing during the night and queuing attacks against buildings during the day. Welcome to the Jungle is a mission that I never look forward to. It's hard, but I do have a trick.
Okay, and
if you've watched the Laser
weapons can
video,
come with, or
you
stuff
know
can
what
come
I'm
with
about
like
to do
skill
here.
damage for
After massing
types
up a
of
blob
skills
medics,
rather
I
than
send my
weapons.
SCV to the gas geysers on the left and start collecting. Cancel each once, and boom, the enemy defense waves won't try to help. The mission is halfway done, and it only cost me a few medics. Welcome to the Jungle is a mission whose difficulty scales very high over time. Getting half of the Terrazine early means that's much less of a problem. At the 12-minute mark, I pull everything that I have, including my SCVs and command center, to the mid-right, and harvest the final 3 Terrazine. My medics will die, but the extraction process will end before the Protoss can kill my extractors. Once the Terrazine is harvested but not delivered, I YOLO my remaining forces with a bonus objective and move past a surprisingly
At least at this level, the actual item type, or like
I do something
legendary whatever, isn't.
Challenge running life done before. I head
It's
to the
good, but not so meaningful that they like hide
upgrades
them, I
in the
guess.
game,
I don't know.
Vanadium plating. This upgrade is so bad that despite being the durability upgrade, your army survivability is almost always increased more by its competing ultra capacitors, because dead enemies can't do damage. Well, today, attack speed is useless, and 51 HP SCVs are on the menu. Feeling confident, I decide to head to the Great Train Robbery. This was a bad idea. The escorts continue to kill my Reapers. I run out of money, and my walls are broken by enemy attacks. After losing a few times, I feel stuck. The only other planet I can go to
use special
is
currency
the
to
Dig,
gamble, then
where
what are all
there's a
the, like,
0%
crafted
chance I can win
materials
with my
for?
current tools. After thinking, I come to a realization
What I
about what I
assume
need.
was crafting.
If only I could get it right now. Each planet in StarCraft 2 has prerequisites to unlock. In this case, if I want to unlock the Spectre, I have to finish Welcome to the Jungle and then complete 2 missions. I have to go back. Really far back. I open my saves and return to the end of Mission 5, losing half of my progress in the run. I head directly to Belshir, redo Welcome to the Jungle, then the evacuation, then Outbreak. This leaves me where I was, with the Dig and Trains as my 2 options, this time accompanied by New Folsom, which I promptly get stuck on. I only have Tosh, who's supposed to dismantle the enemy defenses for AI Raynor to beat. If the rules allowed me to deal damage to enemies without killing them, this would be easy. If I could attack enemy buildings, it would be simple. But with the current rules, I'm out of luck.
Yeah, I think if you like break down legendary stuff with those like unique abilities, you can get the to be destroyed. I think you get the aspects from doing that.
Mission and had no luck there either. At this point, my stream was ending for the day, and I was really frustrated.
Well, yeah, you do the salvage to get the effect, and then you put the effect on the rare.
I had one final idea to test. If it didn't work, I was considering calling off the run. So I left the mission running overnight. It turns out that after only 4.5 hours, Jim will
you can also use the things you've unlocked.
And it only took him over 3,000 kills. Thanks, Jim.
Okay.
The Spectre is an incredible unit for many reasons. The ultrasonic pulse ability can stun enemies but deals 0 damage. Permanent cloaking.
Codex of Power or the item.
Most importantly, the Spectre can use hold fire to put his gun away. Finally, I can have someone on the field who doesn't shoot people. Feeling confident, I head to the Great Train Robbery. This was a great decision. A mixed force of Diamondbacks and Spectres crush through the first train as I build up a Spectre force. I then managed to kill 4 whole trains without any issues. And then my base died.
I don't see
It turns out that killing a train without taking down the escorts causes the now unemployed escort army to rush my base. There was too much. I couldn't
it'll
resist
overwrite
and was
whatever
broken,
unique
but
effect.
not before getting about 20 Spectres. I lift my command center, flee to a high ground position, and rely on my standing army to finish things off. And they nail it. The Spectre does bonus damage to the armored trains, making quick work of them. After my base is dead, my hunch that the AI couldn't find my command center was correct, and the entire army decides to come hang out with my Spectres instead. This is really annoying and makes moving my army about much more of a chore. Once the trains are speed boosted, I utilize my Spectre's Psionic Lash ability. Generally, this skill is difficult to get value out of due to the high charge up time. But here, it absolutely deletes the trains. It's awesome. After dodging the final train's Raven and sniping it, the mission ends with 21 kills? At this point, I can't even begin to explain my hatred of this mission. I thought that maybe my Diamondbacks accidentally killed something, but there's no way that they killed 21 something. Then I thought maybe it was the train cars, but there are 5 cars per train for a total of 40. Why would it only be 21? After extensive testing, I found that it has something to do with the train's shared health pool. Every train car that is damaged counts as a kill, while any car that is not attacked in any way doesn't. This was a really weird one, but it's sort of neat being able to troubleshoot these absolutely bizarre and completely pointless
There is a
bugs.
system here.
I hope you like Spectres because we're going to be seeing a lot of them for a bit. Safe Haven's next, and it's actually depressing how simple this one is. Make a Spectre, send it to a point with no detection, and attack Nexus 1. Proxy a barracks down south, float it into the Protoss base, and make another Spectre, attack the southern Nexus. Once Nexus 1 is down, send that first Spectre to the middle Nexus, and click on it. Once a Purifier is vulnerable, Vikings outrange it, and win. What a joke. Also, the Purifier mothership counts as a kill just so I can be a bit more disappointed with the mission. After Safe Haven, I've finally gotten to 10 Zerg research. This gives me the Planetary Fortress, because nothing says love and peace like upgrading your main building to have a giant gun. Let's head to Cutthroat and teach Colonel Orlan the meaning of pacifism. Instead of fighting Orlan for 6,000 minerals, I take the easy path. I lift off my buildings, build an engineering bay, and float over to my opponent. I nestle my command center right up against Orlan's Planetary Fortress and make my own, and then proceed to win the mission in under 4 minutes. It's just that easy. With Cutthroat complete, Engine of Destruction unlocks. I knew this mission would either be totally impossible or a free win. After Tychus blitzed his way to the Odin with only medic support, I rally SCVs to repair him for the rest of the mission, and he wins. After that, I head to Media Blitz to hopefully continue my Odin luck. I could not beat Media Blitz, so I head to the Dig, another mission that I've been dreading. This mission is required for campaign completion, so I have no way to avoid it, and more importantly, a huge trove of research in the Protoss missions is behind the Dig. I know the first 3 Protoss missions are free wins, making it very appealing. First is a no-build segment, which gets me running past some gateway units, finding a field of photon cannons which shred my forces, and finally a couple of stalkers to put on the pain. By the time I reach my base, I have next to nothing left. And even worse, one of the stalkers from that sequence is attacking me. In fact, after restarting a few times, it's impossible to not be attacking me. I'm gonna have to spend the next 25 minutes repairing this mercenary compound.
That one's for
The
Pat.
next bits of the mission are rough to figure out, requiring a very precise build order. I place defensive engineering bays in front of the entrances to my base while I start Spectre production. The Protoss attack hard and fast, so I can't dilly-dally. Each Spectre gets his attack turned off and then holds formation, making a wall. I finish the wall on the north side, but Spectre production is slow, and it's not all I have to do. Air raids will eventually come. There are no void rays on this difficulty, but there are warp prisms. Once deployed, each prism will spawn units forever, so I have to wall off the drill with buildings while finishing my second Spectre wall. This worked for a bit, but once the second air raid arrived, there were too many Protoss. I couldn't handle the pressure and died. I played with the idea of dropping structures under every warp prism to block their ability to warp in, but many of them are on unbuildable terrain, so that idea is broken. The warp prisms will kill me if they deploy. That's a fact. So I have to passively ask them to stop deploying. In my next attempt, as the prisms come in, I tried stunning them. Most of the time in StarCraft, AI commands are fairly robust. For example, if you ultrasonic pulse an attack wave, it will continue on its merry way after the stun wears off. This is apparently not true for the warp prism event. Once the stun expires, the warp prisms simply hang around for the remainder of the mission. The only problem is that the prisms arrive quickly and from many angles. If one deploys, it's game over. This is where I get to use a technicality. Because we're not playing on Brutal, the default game speed isn't actually faster, it's normal. I generally play on faster because that's what I'm used to and that's what ladder plays on. But as far as Blizzard is concerned, that's not correct. I drop the game speed, land the Mind Blasts, and then return it to faster and move on. I generally don't like changing game speed. It's the first time I've ever done this in one of my runs, but the entire thing was so absolutely disorienting that I needed the help. Once the prisms are disabled, I get to wait. Normally there are bonus objectives to get Protoss research from Zelnaga vaults, but at this point bonuses are just a sick joke that I'll never be allowed to have, because my pacifism apparently extends to inanimate ancient artifact storing vaults. Eventually some long zealots walk over my specters and start causing trouble, but the single target damage is low enough that I can repair through it until the door is broken. With the dig done, Zeratul arrives, gives me a rock, and tells me to get some Protoss research from his memories. I kindly oblige. The first 3 Protoss missions are quick, easy, and have troves of research. 10 Zerg and 8 Protoss research will effectively double what I currently have. As I blink my way through Whispers of Doom without a care in the world, I pass the Broodlord section and reach the arena. The arena has the only non-objective required kill in Wings of Liberty. The Giant Grant Games community spent hours trying to figure this out. The mission has always felt a bit broken to me. There are many parts that can be completely bypassed with Blink. We looked for every way to gimmick our way past this encounter, eventually checking the game's triggers to confirm that it is required. There's no getting around it. In order to progress, the ground units here must be killed. I was so close to having my precious research. I was this close to greatness. But my hopes have been dashed and my day has been ruined. I head back to the Hyperion, not knowing nearly enough about Zerg biology. Damn. The Mobius Factor is not special nor particularly beloved. Destroy 3 data cores and rescue the stranded allies. But for a weird reason, this is one of the most optimized missions in StarCraft 2. When the 10th anniversary achievements released, the new achievement on Mobius Factor was bugged. It was a speedrun achievement, but because of poor design, it required the player to finish the mission faster than the actual speedrun route at the time. Furious at being unable to get their achievement, a huge number of people crowdsourced ideas to optimize this mission, breaking the world record at the time. I can't exactly do what they did, but any mission that can be finished in 3 minutes is not going to involve much killing. The first data core is a joke. I fly my starting troops over, grab the nearby allies, and target it down. Some mutas do come to play, and unfortunately I have to lose a bait medevac as I evacuate. The second core is incredibly cheesable. I grab a Reaper in the medevac, drop it behind the core, and he kills it without issue. Well, there was one issue. He kept killing this random cocoon doodad every time that I dropped him, causing a bunch of resets. That was pretty rude. For the final core, I move my medevacs around the map, find the stranded allies, sneak to the objective, and squeeze my infantry behind the core to target it down. Oh, and the bonus objective, it's a Brutalist again, and I can't kill it again. Great. In every challenge run, there's a key mission, one that rises above and beyond the rest of the run in difficulty, complexity, and time required to beat, like the End of Eternity in Night Elf Deathless, or the Crucible in Zerglings Only. But Pacifist is a whole nother beast. We will have not 1, not 2, but 3 insane missions, and Media Blitz is first. After fleeing for 4.5 minutes during what's supposed to be a sneak attack, I get a base and the insanity begins. Well, not quite. The insanity actually began a while ago. I spent about an hour and a half making cracks at this mission when I initially unlocked it, but concluded I just didn't have the upgrades to do it at the same time. I scrapped it and came back later with a plan. There are 3 main problems in this mission. The first is the levels of enemy aggression. The mission is designed around the Odin crippling at least one of the enemy bases. Each base alternates attacking, and if all 3 are alive, they strike quickly and often. The second problem are the broadcast towers themselves. Their objectives I have to hold for 1 minute each, and they're positioned inside of those enemy bases with a legion of pre-placed defenders and spawn-in reinforcements. And the third problem is money. I have one base with a fairly light mineral load. The other 2 expansions on the map have already been claimed by the Dominion, and I don't think they want to share. I tried and failed a lot of different things here. I honestly had too many ideas to explain, but most everything I tried failed. In the end, this is what I came up with for each broadcast tower. I start by dropping 2 additional command centers. I'm going to need a few SCVs here. Meanwhile, I tech into Spectres and the Hercules simultaneously, and then the attacks start to come. The beginning isn't that much. Hellions don't deal high damage to buildings, but it marks the beginning of a permanent resource drain. Once I've filled 2 Hercules with a combined 60 SCVs, I head off to my first target. This tower is the most accessible of the 3. Instead of being nestled near the edge of the map, it's quite vulnerable. I send the Odin in as a distraction while the Hercules charges the objective. Once he arrives, the SCVs power drop and use advanced construction to make an engineering bay. And then they repair.
Dad, where's my key?
There's a weird quirk with StarCraft 2 that causes repairing to
I really hope the goofy ice demon pops up again the same way.
When a building is repaired, it takes 1/4 of the price to go from 1 HP to full. This means that an engineering bay takes 27 hit points per mineral, but there's a problem. If an SCV repairs less than 27 HP, it still costs 1 full mineral, no matter how little repairing is done. That means when there are many little units attacking an engineering bay, and many SCVs are required to repair it, it'll repair 1 or 2 HP repeatedly and take 1 mineral every time. This drains my resources quickly, but it was worth it. The engineering bay holds, the broadcast completes, and my second Hercules never even had to drop reinforcements. The second tower is tricky in another way. I can't afford to do the mass repair strategy 3 times, and this base has siege tanks who will slaughter my workers, so I have to mix it up. I go with a group of Spectres.
Why is a priest
The plan is
complaining
to
about an
infiltrate with
exorcism?
Cloak, stand on the objective, and finish it off unseen. There's only one problem. The enemy has detection, and I can't kill it. But there is a workaround. This base has siege tanks who will slaughter my workers. I scan the area to reveal the nearby turrets and then drop mules one at a time next to them. The enemy siege tanks blow them up, and then the splash damage from the attack hurts their own missile turret. After enough mules, the turrets start going down. Around this time, the pressure against my base is getting high. Reaper's anti-building attack is difficult to repair against, and Banshees do a lot of damage as well. Once the turrets have been demolished by the enemy's reckless attacking, I move my forces into position and show off once again why I got the Spectre instead of the Ghost. The defense waves always spawn 1 Raven to detect cloaked units. I move 2 of my Spectres to intercept it, and chain stun it with ultrasonic pulse until the upload completes. At this point, I have 2 of 3 objectives done, and I'm broke. My mineral fields are depleted, and I have no money to make an engineering bay or to repair. I'm dead. Unless I grab my SCVs and Hercules, lift one of my command centers off, and head to my opponent's base. For the remainder of the mission, I share the base with my opponent. They aren't a big fan of this idea, but I managed to get them attacking my orbital command instead of SCVs, so it's a net profit. For the final objective, well, this happens. There we go. Boom, boom.
Ooh, a longbow.
Power build.
Okay.
Power build.
Yeah.
Power repair. You hold position here. Come on, baby, come on.
I like longbows.
More mules.
Free construction XP.
Stop repairing these guys for a bit. Less guys on repair is more efficient repairing. We'll repair each other. Keep dropping the mules. Keep dropping the mules. Yes! I hate that mission. Media Blitz was absolutely insane. And of the 3 super difficult missions in the run, it was by far and away the easiest. Oh no. At this point in the run, I'm desperate for research. Normally by now, I would have 25 points in both Protoss and Zerg laboratory research, having both maxed out. But because of the plethora of bonuses that involve murder and being unable to do the Protoss missions, I'm sitting at 10 Protoss research and 15 Zerg. In a desperate attempt to get some more, I head to the optional secret mission, Piercing the Shroud. This is a no-build mission, and it's going to hurt. My first major problem are these doors. Jim's breaching charges are slow and clunky. Getting through the first 2 doors leaves my forces almost completely dead. The first reset fest is this hallway. There's a computer terminal on the far side of it, with infantry all throughout. The only solution I found to this was to use the Zerg units from the previous room. I run Jim in front with medics and Marine following. Bait the Zerg onto the first couple
Buy a
infantry
double
and take them
down
out.
right
After passing
now.
a large group, I head up the ramp and sacrifice my Marine as fodder. In the next room, I can release Zerglings, Zealots, or Ultralisks to fight. I pick the Zealots, sneaking past during the chaos. Now I'm in a bit of a bind. The garage is next, which is remarkably well defended. I can't just waltz through it. I also need the first Protoss relic, which is in the room currently infested with Zealots. But both of these problems might cancel each other out. I use Jim's tanky dad bod to pull the Zealots into the first section of the garage. They take down a Viking, a tank, and some Marines. The final garage dive is insane. The Ares Warbot is supposed to act as a timed summon to help me through the area, which I guess it's still going to do, but it's not enough alone. I gather up the rest of my Zealot buddies, pull them with me, activate the areas to charge, and the combination of the Warbot's health and Zealots provide exactly enough tanking that Jim can hide in a corner like the hero he is. After about 20 failed attempts. To finish off the section, our hero chaotically charges in circles through a room, reaches the reactor objective, blasts it, and
Guessing
then
there's
dies.
another.
The things I do for Protoss research. After trying again with a slightly improved route, Jim takes a generator down, weirdly increasing his kill counter by 1 despite being a building, and then the escape sequence begins. I walk out of the facility.
Oh, maybe the
Normally there are
markers
a
on
bunch
the
of pieces of rubble
quest
blocking the
are-
paths, but because I can't use any of the weapon
I don't
pickups that I grabbed on
That's the
enemies,
feel- I
I can
thought I was
vaporize
thinking
these
that
blocks with
supposed
no
to-
issue.
I think this
I
is-
remember to pick up the Protoss research on the way
I
and
see.
jump into the Hercules. And as is tradition by now, the kill counter bugs out. 0 enemy units killed, 4 enemy units killed by Raynor. Doors and the reactor are apparently considered enemy units, but only on Jim's personal kill count. Supernova is another 4 Protoss research, and with the tools I have, it should be a pretty easy win. I wall off my ramp, build some Hercules dropships, and send my units on a sprint to grab
You
the
get enough
bonuses.
ammo and you
Once the
get-
Hercules are complete, I grab the Siegebreaker mercenaries and charge up to the top side of the map. Once there, I drop this low ground ravine, siege up my tank, and kill the objective.
Oh boy,
Giving
the
me 1
fourth
kill.
one is
Remember
more
in Wayne
gamble
Liberty
currency.
Deathless where the cinematic at the end kills off units and counts as units lost?
locked
Well,
behind
it
that.
looks like that applies to killing enemies as well. I redo the drop, mash the escape
that's
button
what
to
that
skip the
means.
cutscene completely, and end with 0 kills. Maw the Void is
zero
really
up your
annoying. Not because the mission is hard, but because the intro
Okay,
segment
there's
is
3 total on the
the
map.
Whitfield generator does damage over time to unshielded targets. To get to the rest
I
of the
mean,
mission, I must
it
kill
just
3
seems like a
stalkers and
event you
generator.
do.
I tried to be cute here,
I did see the
reducing the stalker's
icon.
shields to 0 and letting the field do the rest of the work. But for some reason, the game gives me the credit for these kills. That's not fair. My plan for the mission itself is simple and pretty fun. I wall off my ramp, build a couple of battle cruisers, and rescue the Dark Templar on the map for bonus research. I then pick him up in a Hercules, stealthily move my force down the bottom of the ramp, and distract the Protoss with my battle cruisers while I doom drop the
I
Dark
feel like
Templar
that
onto the
one
objective.
northeast corner
It
might
works
be one,
really
but I
well,
can't-
but I am
I can't
still
be certain.
salty about getting credit for the 3 stalkers
I
that I
can't really
didn't
recognize part
actually
of the maps
kill.
that well.
The second Nightmare mission is
I
Gates
can't
of Hell.
claim to
The
recognize it
mission
that
has
well.
a very interesting mechanic where I somehow have to get up to 100 supply without... Oh, I lost already. Yup, the enemy attacks at the 18-second mark and never stops. This isn't even a problem of my army killing stuff. It's a problem of actually getting fortifications up in time. I spend the first 40 or so minutes on this
You have a-
mission figuring out
I
where
guess you
each
can just
enemy
reset the
attack wave
dungeons to
comes and
rerun
then
them as
walling
much
it
as
off
you like.
exactly before it arrives. In order to fund this, I had to grab every mineral
Yeah,
pickup around the
but-
map and send much of my starting army to
thought
grab
it
it,
would
which
be
reduces
useful
my
later
supply
for
by
farming.
quite a bit. That's a problem because the entire objective here is to get to 100
Yeah, I'm guessing it's
supply.
not something you
The
do
mission
like
is very
immediately,
similar to
but
0 Hour, but on steroids. Generic Zerg units attack my walls, and I have to build a giant pile of medics to distract the flyers that will eventually kill me. The problem is the matter of scale. I have less mineral fields than on 0 Hour, and there's more mutalisks. Luckily, I have 4 engineering bays sitting around, so getting my infantry armor upgrades is pretty accessible. At this point, I have to reach 100 supply to cause Warfield ship to land and the mission to progress. Normally, rescuing allied drop pods is the easiest way to do this, but I can't go anywhere right now. Each drop pod force is gonna get slaughtered, and I can't do anything about it. During this learning
Oh, I sure
experience,
wish I
I
had
get
that
slaughtered over and over. The Zerg start banking up a huge number of banelings at each wall. If they wiggle around enough and start connecting, I just die. I reset and hope it doesn't happen again. Medics are a nice unit to be building here. They're actually the lowest mineral per supply unit in the Terran arsenal, allowing me to more reasonably hit that 100 supply mark. While I defend, I tech up to Spectres. Gates of Hell has a weird quirk to it. If you lose all of your buildings but still have units alive, the game keeps going. Everything must die for you to be defeated. My plan is to drop Spectres with orbital strikes on Warfield's side of the map and then take out the Nidus Worms with Psylash while cloaked. After about an hour and a half of attempting this mission, I miraculously managed to reach 100 supply with a single Spectre across the map, and learn that as soon as he attacks the Nidus, the enemy sends in an Overseer to detect him. After a bit of testing and refinement, I find that if I Psylash the Nidus and then retreat, the Overseer will eventually reset. This is great. My base may be gone, but my 2 Spectres can slowly eliminate the objective. If each lash costs 150 energy, and each Spectre needs a total of 9 lashes for me to win the mission, and energy regenerates at 0.56 energy per second, that means I'll win at the 50-minute mark. Annoyingly, the enemy attack waves might not be able to see me, but they do know exactly where I am. They walk over to my Spectres and surround them, and now I can't move, so that's cool. At this point, I'm over an hour and a half into the mission, but I have a solid save where I'm stable enough to change up my build order and still survive to the 100 supply mark. I end up on a strategy of building 2 Spectres across the map and then finding money for 1 more Spectre on the base side. My logic is that the enemies will see the Spectre near my base and then hug that one instead of my useful ones while they wait out that 50 minutes to win. This works great until I learn that the Zerg sends Overseers at the 18-minute mark and I need a new plan. I then chain reset this part for over an hour, trying to figure something out, anything. I go long past the normal end time of my stream, determined to end this today. And then what I find might be the dumbest thing ever. You see this pillar right here? If you use Orbital Strike to deliver a Marauder onto it, it can attack 2 of the Nidus Worms without being seen. Remember when the Spectres would attack the Niduses and the Overseer would come? The Overseer that can absolutely spot the high ground? It turns out he just doesn't care if it's a Marauder, he's on break. The Marauder finishes off 2 of the Niduses on his own, and with only a single worm for the Spectres to take down, they easily finish off the mission. After a quick 3.5 hours. In order to honor this brave Marauder that made the impossible possible, I let Twitch chat name our champion. Thank you, Maurice the Marauder. You are someone we should all strive to be. Gates of Hell was pain, and it's obvious that All In is going to be suffering, and sandwiched between them is Shatter the Sky. As the penultimate mission of this exceptionally difficult run, it's only reasonable to assume that this is a dreadful slog. But it's not. It's really easy. One of the easiest missions in the run. There are 4 coolant towers around the map. Each is defended by a progressively stronger group of enemies, which is good because the first coolant tower can literally be killed by the 2 starting Banshees in this safe spot. The southern tower is well defended against air, but has a glaring weakness. I use Orbital Strike to deliver a Marine right next to the objective, and the defending Scourge and Corruptors can't hit it. After fortifying my flanks with engineering bays, I send 4 battlecruisers to the anti-ground platform, ignore the few Hydralisks, and only have a single platform remaining. This final objective takes an astonishing 6 battlecruisers to take down. Shatter the Sky was the calm before the storm. I spent over 15 hours working on Pacifist All-In. It is, without a doubt, the most difficult thing I have ever attempted. First off, why the Nidus version instead of air? Well, air is completely impossible. There are too many stacking Mutalisks, and Broodlords hit like trucks. And eventually the Leviathan arrived, who will rapidly spawn flyers forever, resulting in a quick game over. The first challenge I faced was getting to the 2-minute mark. Attacks don't come as quickly as Gates of Hell, but with 5 paths to defend, I can't get my fortifications up quickly enough. After a lot of trial and error, I ended up memorizing the attack order, dropping an engineering bay down each of the lanes at exactly the time the attack arrives, and using the constructing SCV to repair it, while back at home I get my wall set up. I also dropped 2 additional command centers.
The heck, you
That's
can't
the
put a
magic
slide
number for
there?
All In. With 2 extra mules, you will be able to mine out the map almost exactly when the mission ends, maximizing yield. The enemies at my wall are pretty damaging, but the real problem are the Nidus Worms. If I can't find an answer to them, I will lose. I didn't actually go into this mission with a plan for the Nidus Worms. In fact, I came here with pretty much no plan whatsoever. Here's a map of the Nidus spawns, starting at 5 minutes, and every few minutes afterwards, the enemy spawns 1 Nidus in the orange area, 1 Nidus in the green area, and 2 outside of my base. Each of these unload enemies every few seconds as long as they remain alive. My first thought was to create a trap. StarCraft uses seed-based RNG, similarly to most games. If you save and reload without restarting the mission, the random results you get will be the same. My plan is to wait until the Niduses are about a minute away, save the game, and then watch where they emerge. Reload the save, and then build a jail around the area, creating a hole exactly the size of a Nidus worm. It'll have no room to unload and be dormant. It turns out the units aren't actually loaded into the worm on this mission, but instead are spawned via a trigger in the nearest open space to the worm, teleporting across buildings or any other gap. In my testing, I did learn something though. If a Nidus is supposed to spawn in a spot and that area is blocked, it'll instead spawn in the nearest 2x2 open space. This means I do have the power to manipulate the Nidus spawns. This brings me to my second plan. Force every in-base Nidus to spawn outside of my base. I map out the perfect build order for the first 5 minutes of the game, building a network of mercenary compounds around my base, blocking the majority of spawn locations. Looking at the spawn map again, my goal was for the orange zone Niduses to naturally spawn on the left or right side, a 2/3 chance, while the green zone Niduses spawn close enough to my wall that the nearest legal location is outside. I have to reset a few times, but it works! The first wave of Niduses are dealt with, and I have a full force of SCVs repairing the walls and a perfect economy. After holding on for a few minutes, the second wave of Niduses erupt, and the Niduses aren't unloading. After some investigation, I found that there are 3 Zerg players on the map: west, northeast, and northwest. The Nidus worms won't spawn any more units when the northwest player is supply blocked. I don't know why this is, and I don't care. I might actually be able to beat this mission. This is great. I've been doing the math, and if I had to get the correct RNG for every Nidus spawn, it would have been about a 1 in 500 chance, with a full mission reset every time it failed. This makes things much more reliable than that. With this strategy, I managed to survive all the way until my next problem, Kerrigan. And what a problem she is. I can't let her attack my buildings. Kerrigan does 150 damage per shot to structures. At best, this drains my cash rapidly, but more likely, she just kills the building. This is technically against the rules, but I have to kite her. And this is where things move a little bit away from reality and get theoretical. In No Production Wings of Liberty, I talked about my idea to kite Kerrigan. Both Marauders and Reapers can attack Kerrigan and then get away before she can respawn. In theory, if I were to use an unupgraded Reaper to attack Kerrigan and kite her perfectly around this rock and then wait for as long as possible to pull her again, she will regenerate all of her HP before taking damage a second time. It's an infinite kite. This is required because at the 18-minute mark, Kerrigan unlocks the area damage spell Razor Swarm. As soon as she gets this, if she's attacking a wall, she will kill my SCVs and I will die. So how hard is it to kite Kerrigan for the entire mission? This is what the game looks like near the end. To reach the 30-minute mark, it took my computer well over an hour to process. Due to the sheer mass of units, I'm getting below 1 frame per second. And to cap everything off, there just isn't enough money on the map to repair until the end of the mission. It's not even close. If I want to beat this mission, I'm gonna need the most gimmicky cheese in history. Here is my plan. I do the same Nidus strategy as before and then place buildings on the entire high ground area near the artifact with the exception of the exact top of the ramps. I then re-roll until the Nidus worms erupt from those areas, creating a perfect wall to the artifact. This wall would be owned by the enemy, so they can't attack it, nor can they pass it. The first 4 southern Niduses must also spawn in a wall on the low ground so that Hydras can't attack it from there. If I get all of these Nidus spawns, I can then lose everything, and the Zerg cannot touch the artifact. So what are the chances of this happening? The first Nidus that spawns on the outside of my base and each high ground Nidus each have a 1 in 3 chance of spawning in the correct location. There are 7 of them. And in testing, 4 low ground Niduses have about a 1 in 2 chance of spawning in the correct location. The odds of getting the exact Nidus spawns that I need without fail are 1 in 34,992. Well, that's pretty crazy, but at least it's a number that fits inside the confines of human understanding, right? Nope! Then I learned the most devastating truth of all. The game has a system to prevent Nidus worms from spawning next to other Nidus worms. If it rolls a location near one, it will re-roll up to 5 times to find a more open location. This means that 7 of the 11 Niduses I need to make have to make their roll 5 times in a row. All of this together results in requiring me to get a 1 in 3 chance 22 times in a row, and a 1 in 2 chance 16 times in a row, without a single failed roll between them. So what are the odds of this happening? 1 in 2,589,522,535,424. Assuming every trial run goes perfectly except for the RNG of the Niduses. and the average reset takes around 12 minutes.
Congratulations,
that means
Pat.
having a 50-50 chance of getting these odds would take 47 billion years. So, is it possible to beat StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty as a pacifist? Yeah, eventually. Thanks for watching. If you think I don't upload enough and want more Giant Grant Games content, consider checking out my daily uploads channel, Giant Grant Games Archives. It used to be a place where I just dump my Twitch VODs, but recently it has evolved into a place that I play custom series for YouTube. If you're looking for challenge run content, the Modern Mindhawk made a special gauntlet of Wings of Liberty challenges that are obscenely difficult for me to play through. And if you're looking for something a bit more casual, I'm also playing through Mass Recall, a remake of StarCraft 1 in the StarCraft 2 engine. Both of those are linked in the
Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price, if only you will help me save my people.
Oh, Arthas, you don't need a cursed rune blade for that. You just need me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Giant Grant Games, and today Deathless runs have moved out of the Krapulu sector and into Azeroth. Before we get into it, here are a quick reminder of the rules for the run. 1. Units I control cannot die. 2. Try to save all allies possible. 3. Deaths in cinematics do not count. 4. Buildings are not units. 5. Timed units count as deaths if they expire. And 6. Play on the hard difficulty. With that out of the way, put on your healing pants because we have a Lordaeron to save. The Defense of Strombrad serves mostly as an introduction to heroes and army control. The hero mechanics should be pretty familiar to most people. Heroes in the campaign start at level 1, and in general they can gain 1 level per mission. Each level increases attributes and can either unlock new spells or improve old ones. I'm given the Paladin Arthas at level 1. Initially, he starts with the ability Holy Light. The Paladin hero focuses on healing his allies and increasing their durability. This is absurdly powerful on a Deathless run. Around the map there are side objectives. First, I rescue little Timmy from a band of gnolls, and after that I take down a bandit lord and get some guy's book back. On to Strombrad, where I meet the first challenge of the run. This guy. Due to roll 2, I have to go to a reasonable effort to save him. I tried really hard, and I just couldn't make it happen. The orcs are laser focused on him. After about 30 reloads, I gave up. Sorry, bud. The remainder of Strombrad was easy. I get some reinforcements, save some civilians, and take down the slave master quickly. Now that the game
Cool.
is sure I know how to attack move footmen, I get to build a base. The first quest is to build basic infrastructure. After breezing through that, I head to the east and find a group of dwarves who ask me to kill a dragon, giving me some riflemen to do so. I kind of stopped paying attention during the dragon fight, and my rifleman was almost barbecued. After the dragon dies, Arthas hits level 3, and I get the second rank of Holy Light. Once I bring the dragon's heart back to the dwarf, I get an orb of fire. The extra damage from this item is nice, but the big benefit is that Arthas can now hit air units. This is going to be very useful in later missions. Now the only objective that remains is to kill the enemy orc leader. After skirmishing with a few groups of orcs, I find the Blade Master. I have to be careful. Blade Masters have a chance to critically strike, allowing them to deal absurd amounts of— Whoa! I did not notice that the enemy Blade Master was level 6, and he has his ultimate ability, Blade Storm. After an emergency evacuation, some healing, and potion chugging, my 22-man army barely manages to take this Blade Master down without a loss. I did not expect such a hard fight this early in the run. Ravages of the Plague is another no-build mission. I get my second hero, the Archmage Jaina, with the ability Water Elemental that summons a ranged unit with a timed life. Because I'm an idiot, I instantly summon a Water Elemental, realize I can't beat the mission in 60 seconds, and I have to restart. The initial enemies are simple bandits. Sadly, there's another pair of civilians that I can't save. I know that the civilians don't matter much, but so far this has been the easiest Deathless run I've ever done, and I'm looking for something to spice things up. After destroying the bandits' camp comes the real enemies, Undead. In this fight, there are 3 AI-controlled footmen. They're fairly annoying because I don't get control over them until the fight ends, meaning that I can't micro low HP units backwards, I just have to heal them. The next big fight is where the true challenge starts. I am determined to keep this idiot alive. He spawns with a decent hit point total, meaning I can Holy Light him as he gets low, but he still dies in a few shots. Worst of all, Blizzard obviously didn't intend for him to live. He quickly stops a few seconds after he started running, and he just sits there, watching the fight while being shot with arrows. After burning far too much mana keeping this guy alive, Arthas has finally saved a citizen. Good job. During the fight, Arthas reaches level 4. I grab him the second rank of Devotion Aura. After rescuing 2 priests and a mortar team, there's a final fight, an abomination. Except, this isn't an elite abomination or anything, it's just a normal enemy masquerading as boss. I feel like they should have been able to up the challenge for hard difficulty a little bit. The Cult of the Damned is the last of the easy missions. I can now construct priests and mortar teams. Using these in tandem with riflemen means that I can have an army that can stick behind Arthas, deal high damage, and patch itself up. This is going to be my bread and butter for the mid portion of the campaign. After defending the enemy attack waves, I move out. Mortar teams can snipe buildings and necromancers from a long range. I pull enemies out from their defenses and can eliminate them fairly easily. Arthas hits level 5. Instead of improving Holy Light again, I opt to get 1 rank in his final basic ability, Divine Shield. Once the base falls, we meet the necromancer Kel'Thuzad. His defenders are pretty beastly. Instead of risking my army, I dive in with Arthas using Divine Shield. For some reason, the human Kel'Thuzad is considered undead even though he hasn't died yet. This means I can use Holy Light to nuke him for huge amounts of damage, and now he is dead. The March of the Scourge is a defense mission, and for the most part, it's really boring. In the early parts of the mission, there's only one enemy threat, the Meat Wagon. They're the undead analog to the mortar team, and they can kill my casters in 2 hits. I unlock the Sorceress, a fragile caster who has a slow ability. Low HP and being unarmored normally would be an instant expulsion from a Deathless run, but their ability Slow limits enemy damage so much that I can put up with it. After clearing waves for about 10 minutes, the bonus objective appears. An undead convoy that rolls into town and destroys it. In order to comply with rule number 2, I have to intercept it before it reaches the second town. Once nearby enemies are cleaned up, I head out. Right before the convoy hits the second town, I intercept it. The enormous hitboxes of abominations cause them to get stuck on each other a little bit. They have a hard time connecting with my army. After looting a Medallion of Courage, I use a town portal scroll to head home. After hitting 80 supply, I start massing towers. I figure they can soak some shots from my army while they defend. As soon as the towers finish, an enemy Lich decides that I was wasting my time, and starts channeling his ultimate ability, Death and Decay. This kills my towers really quickly. I remembered from my childhood that the final attack wave was unstoppably tough, even when you're allowed to lose units. With 4 minutes remaining, I decide to evacuate my base and head to the bottom of the map. The enemy attacks were going to clear out my base too quickly. I grab Arthas and play a little game of tag with the enemy ghouls. The final wave has a level 10 Lich. I'm glad that I decided to evacuate. A rank 3 Frost Nova would have probably guaranteed kills on my units. My entire base falls with the exception of 2 farms that I built in the bottom. Arthas soaks as much damage as possible from the impending attack wave before using Divine Shield. And right as the Death Army descends upon me, the mission ends. Not even close. I finally reached the culling, one of the iconic moments from Warcraft lore. Wait, this is different. I guess this is what they mean by reforged. The idea is still the same as the original game. Slay 100 civilians before Mal'Ganis does. Wait, civilians? Oh no. Initially, I wanted to see if I could get around this objective. I tried to send a strike force to take down Mal'Ganis' base, but he has an invulnerable altar. There's no other choice but to continue. Once civilian houses are destroyed, 5 civilians spawn that are supposed to be killed. If you wait long enough, they eventually turn into hostile zombies. Mal'Ganis and I are in a race to kill 100. Unfortunately, a good Samaritan such as Arthas could never kill his own citizens, so I have to wait, every single time, until the enemies turn into zombies, during a race. I unlock the Knight, a high-tier human unit who's tough and fast. I have a squad escort Arthas around while another group defends at home. I eventually realized that with this limitation, I can't outspeed Mal'Ganis. I have to take the fight to him. Mal'Ganis should be tough. His infernal ability is absurd, and will turn the tide of most battles. I have no idea where his infernal went though. He summoned it, I ran away a little bit, and then it just went away somewhere. I used this opportunity to surround and execute Mal'Ganis. You can tell this mission was very well playtested. Once I have my attack and armor upgrades, I send my defensive force into Strathhold, so I can have 2 simultaneous squads clearing the houses. The enemy attacks against me so far have been pretty pathetic. My newly created knights should be more than enough to hit. Crap. I evacuate my workers and starting footmen into the city, while my knights ride to intercept. I keep note of the 42 supply mark. If it goes down from that, it means I lost a peasant. My knights arrive just in time, but are flanked by a second attack wave. They have to retreat. I decide to explore the bottom portion of the map with my injured knights. Maybe there's a fountain of healing. No? Just orcs? Okay. As my base is ransacked, my peasants are now nomads. I try to quickly finish up the mission. After beating down an elite abomination creatively named Meathook, I kill the 100th zombie and finish the mission. Not even close. Now that the mainland is zombie-free, it's time to go to the shores of Northrend. After a quick troll slaughter, I find a base, and with it, I get a new hero, the Mountain King Muradin. Muradin is amazing. He is the epitome of a bulky frontline fighter. His high HP and multiple abilities focused on stunning enemies drastically increase the survivability of my forces. There's an allied town to the northeast that's constantly under threat by the undead. I don't know how long I have to save them before they start dying, so I quickly send Arthas on a solo mission to grab them. After grouping my new friends together, I use a scroll of town portal to bring them back to the main camp, leaving the buildings as a distraction for later attack waves. The base that I have to clear is huge, taking up a quarter of the map. I sit tight, defending attack waves and building up a large force of my own. After maxing out at 100 food, I move in to engage. I was genuinely surprised to find out the enemy Lich was only level 5. Why are there level 6 Blade Masters on the second mission, but only a level 5 on the 7th? The mortar teams and Holy Light shred the Lich in the first defensive wave. After the main defenders are down, what remains is a slow trickle of enemies that are being produced. The base does not die quickly, but it also isn't difficult. Honestly, I was pretty underwhelmed. At this point, I had to double check that I was playing on hard. Even though Arthas is busy running a war, as soon as it comes to his attention that some of the Alliance's ships aren't up to code, he snaps into action. All of his forces are currently busy, so he makes the decision to hire some independent contractors to help. On the way to the first ship, there are a few bugs, and it turned out that hiring these contractors was a smashing success. Upon reaching the first ship, Arthas personally inspects it and deems it unfit to sail. It's a health and safety hazard. If one were in the open ocean and it sank, it would be disastrous. The good prince orders that these ships be scuttled. Usually, one of the downsides of being a contractor is that you don't have access to employer healthcare. But Arthas personally paid for 3 troll priests to keep everybody healthy as they fight. After decommissioning the second boat, Arthas expands the team. These new ogres were so excited to join that they painted their entire bodies the color of Arthas' cloak. On the way to the third boat is a gauntlet of spirit towers that would tear up my forces quickly. Luckily, there's a conveniently placed vendor with an amulet of recall for sale. Being the team leader that he is, Arthas puts on Divine Shield, runs through the gauntlet, and recalls his boys across. The path to the final boat is exceedingly difficult. A huge number of undead and spiders that I don't want to break through. Luckily, the game allows Arthas to hold on to Scrolls of Town Portal. I use one to teleport to the Alliance base. I then use mortar teams to knock down some trees and finish off the final boat from safety. Because I skipped the post-mission cutscene, I can only make assumptions about these contractors' fates, but I think it's fair to assume that they lived long and prosperous lives after being fairly compensated for their hard work. Frostmourne is rough. The idea of doing 2 different things in different areas at the same time is largely a relic from older RTS at this point. It becomes really hard to keep track of multiple groups of units and keeping everything alive at the same time, so I prefer having one giant army to multiple small ones when doing Deathless runs. I have no such luck here. Arthas and Muradin must find the Runeblade Frostmourne, while my no-hero army deals with a pretty brutal set of undead attack waves. The game gives me a decent count of footmen early on to defend. They're supposed to be expendable fodder. For me, they're wasted supply who have to be hidden in the back the entire mission, limiting my maximum army size. The road to Frostmourne isn't bad. Muradin can control scary enemies, while knights act as bulky tanks. No priests means that Arthas is the one on healing duty, but the path isn't too long, so he doesn't run out of mana. The final enemy is the Guardian, an ice revenant with powerful area of effect damage. I accidentally pulled him away from his allies, and they just sat there watching him die. Now I have the Runeblade Frostmourne, and can finally save Lordaeron from the Scourge. Muradin is a bit tuckered out though, so he decides to take a nap until the second WoW expansion comes out. Even though Arthas is absurdly powerful now, I know that Mal'Ganis' forces are absurd, and Mal'Ganis himself has some incredible area of effect and crowd control abilities. My army consists of a huge force of knights to absorb damage, supported by priest heals and sorceresses to slow the enemies. Once I reach 3/3 and 100 supply, I take this monstrous army and march upon Mal'Ganis' citadel. And are you kidding me, Mal'Ganis? Apparently Mal'Ganis decided to take the long route to my base, and like two ships passing in the night, our armies blindly avoided each other. I try to take this conundrum and turn it into an opportunity. I continue to push his base. Most of his army isn't home after all. Meanwhile, I evacuate my peasants towards the waygate I used to find Frostmourne. Unfortunately, it doesn't work anymore. My lack of mortar teams means that my building clear speed is relatively low. Mal'Ganis has an edge here. He has meat wagons, which are siege weapons, and my base is just smaller than his. The heart of his base has a ton of spirit towers. They die slowly, and their consistent damage is draining my priest mana quickly. My base dies before Mal'Ganis' does, but then I get lucky. Instead of heading to slaughter my lumbermill and peasants in the corner, Mal'Ganis heads home to defend. Without spellcaster mana, I don't think I can fight him. I decide to give him the runaround. Arthas and knights distract Mal'Ganis, while my spellcasters retreat. Once the spellcasters are out of there, the knights flee as well. Now Arthas is alone against the entire Scourge army. Well, he does have one ally, bad enemy AI. It seems that the enemy AI prioritizes killing my main base, and then defending their own base, and finally hunting down buildings around the map. Arthas has the Divine Shield ability. Each time I activate Divine Shield, the AI then moves on to finish me off. After Divine Shield runs out, Mal'Ganis' priority returns to defense, and he goes back home. By the time that he gets back to Arthas, Divine Shield is off cooldown again. By this point, I've killed all of the enemy builders, meaning that I can slowly and steadily finish off the main base while turning the enemy into a giant undead yo-yo. And then things get scary. After Mal'Ganis' base was dead, he took everything he had and then rushed to the bottom left of the map. Arthas didn't have a way to pull him back home. I hid everybody on the western side while his forces slowly closed in. He attacked the lumber mill, and then he left? Satisfied with killing a single lumber mill, Mal'Ganis went home. I burned through my mana, nuking him with Holy Light and using Divine Shield until he died, and successfully completed the mission. Not even close. And with that, Prince Arthas has defeated the Undead Scourge without losing a single unit. Besides the civilians at the beginning. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching and being patient about the lack of videos recently. I got so into speedrunning that I accidentally speedran a staircase and got new personal best time, so I was out of commission for a bit. If you want to catch more of me, you can do so 6 days a week on Twitch, or twice per month on YouTube. I wanted to say thanks to my patrons. Their contributions are what make these videos possible, with a special thanks to my Titan tier patron, Paint in My Eye. The human campaign was chaotic, but not that difficult. I'm sure the undead campaign will be just as easy, and not at all buggy. Thanks for watching. Peace.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
Finally, somebody that gets it. I knew I liked Prince Arthas. After Arthas' successful crusade against Mal'Ganis, I asked him if he'd be willing to do another Deathless run. Unfortunately, the good prince didn't know that Deathless and Undead don't mean the same thing, but we'll make it work. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Giant Grant Games, here with the second part of the Warcraft 3 Deathless series. If you missed part 1, you can find it right here. And here's a quick refresher of the rules of the run. Now I'm just stalling for a few seconds so you can read the rules? Okay, let's get into it. Arthas' first stop is Trudging Through the Ashes, a no-build mission where he must avoid his adoring fans while rescuing 24 acolytes. Arthas is escorted by 2 ghouls. Their low HP and damage means they're not helping. Normally, the game expects me to sneak around and avoid the village defenders while rescuing the militia, but Arthas has a horse now. I don't know where he found this horse, and I don't know why he didn't have one before, but he's fast now, so I won't complain. Rescuing the acolytes is easy. All Arthas has to do is walk near them and they teleport away automatically. The enemy even ignores them, so there's zero risk. There's a graveyard where Arthas can raise skeletons. I decided to avoid it for now. I wasn't sure if they had timed lives or not, and I didn't want to find out. I thought that completing the mission would leave me underleveled, but apparently rescuing acolytes gives experience. This lets Arthas get level 2 and grabs me the fantastic Unholy Aura ability. After running through a bandit camp, I burst down the town gates. This area is filled with tiny corridors and lots of enemies. I have to be careful. At one point, I was sure that I had gotten trapped, but this guy went on his lunch break at the right time and let Arthas through. After grabbing everybody in town, I had 23 of 24 acolytes. Apparently I missed somebody. I returned to the graveyard to raise the skeletons for rule number 2, and eventually found the final acolyte. While the previous campaign in Northrend was a resounding success, Arthas had one lingering regret. He murdered Kel'Thuzad in cold blood. Paladins can normally raise the dead, but Arthas never bothered learning how to do so because his soldiers never died. If he wants to atone for his sin, he'll have to get creative. Digging up the dead is a two-part mission. In the first part, Arthas and his entourage of ghouls and meat wagons have to secure Kel'Thuzad's grave. After that, Arthas has to ask his good friend Uther for a bowl to carry the bones in. Luckily, Arthas' dad has a really nice bowl that Arthas can borrow. Thanks, King Tyrannus. The objective of digging up the dead is super unique. There are 4 human paladins scattered around the map that need to be destroyed. Each is guarded by a progressively stronger force of enemies. These paladins are really scary. They have the Holy Light spell, which can take a huge chunk out of a ghoul's hit points. Each time a ghoul is blasted, Arthas has to heal him up with Death Coil. Once I get a base, I build a giant defensive line. Honestly, I was overly afraid of what the AI might send at me, and went a bit too far. After building an army of ghouls, I move out. The paladin rallies a ton of footmen, but most of them can be pulled without the paladin himself, making it an easy fight. The paladin is level 4, and he goes down pretty quickly. The third paladin is the reverse. He has some strong defense inside of his base, including a tower, but he can be pulled outside with just a couple of knights and eliminated. The final paladin is Uther. Uther is level 10 and has the maximum level on all of his abilities. Level 3 Holy Light does 300 damage. 1 auto attack and 1 Holy Light will kill a ghoul. I'm gonna have to improvise. Because I haven't built in a few minutes, my money is pretty high. I grab an acolyte and run it past Uther's defenses and start building an Acropolis and a few spirit towers. Once the towers are complete, I pull Uther into them with Arthas and use the brilliant strategy of running in circles until he dies. Into the Eternal Realm is a really boring mission. After destroying an elven outpost, I take it. Each path to the enemy bases is blocked by trees. Eventually, either meat wagons or ghouls will have to knock them down for me to progress out of my base. But as long as the trees remain, the enemy can't attack me. I decide the best course of action is to max out my supply before doing anything else. It's really dull. I'm given the Necromancer, who can either summon skeletons with a timed life, or damage units over time in order to give them an attack increase. They also die really quickly. Hard pass on them. The elven forces are pretty scary. They're all low durability, high damage units, meaning that each fight threatens the run. This, combined with my lack of a good all-round unit, means that I have to mass meat wagons. This is not ideal. The wagon splash damage hurts my units as well, meaning the wagons tend to damage Arthas as much as the enemies. Sylvanas Windrunner leads the elven attack forces. She is one of those niche characters that was never important after Warcraft 3, so I won't waste my time talking about her. There are some tense moments keeping my army alive, but once I get to the final enemy base, I'm feeling pretty good. One nice thing about meat wagons is that they kill enemy bases really quickly. In the Key of the Three Moons, we get to see Sylvanas' tactical brilliance. She uses Starfall to collapse a bridge. The undead have no way to deal with this, and I'm forced to hire some goblin zeppelins to get around. I raid an elven base, grab its gold mine, and fortify the area. The elves send some large attack waves from multiple angles. I end up being forced into a ton of static defense, not because the attacks are that scary, but instead because the game starts me with a couple of necromancers, and they need babysitting. I unlock the Crit Fiend, a ranged all-rounder unit with no huge weakness, and can be healed with Death Coil, unlike the meat wagon. I make a ton of them. The eastern key fragment is the easiest to reach. I use my zeppelins to drop near it, clear the defenders, and grab it. Moving towards the northern key is where things get absurd. I end up landing around the time Sylvanas moves out to attack me, and end up in this incredible battle. Both of us are constantly picking up and dropping off units with our zeppelins to micro them, while I fight the elven forces on both flanks. This was an awesome test of my unit micromanagement, and I think that it's one of my favorite battles that I've ever had in the Deathless series. Once that army falls, the final fragment is easy to grab in comparison. The end of the mission requires me to land my forces near the enemy gate and kill the defenders. It's not that hard, but some bad hotkeys mean I almost lose a Zeppelin to the tower. Hot on the trail of Sylvanas, Arthas finds himself face to face with his greatest foe, another reforged mission. There are 2 elven bases, Silvermoon City to the north and a smaller outpost to the southeast. Every few minutes, the smaller base sends a runner to Silvermoon City. I get some gargoyles to intercept the runner. In the original mission, these were required, as the runner went through a canyon that was only accessible by air units. However, in the redesign, my ground army can easily intercept this runner. All the gargoyles do is waste aid supply. Sylvanas attacks from the north and the east. Once she's reduced to low HP, she turns invisible and retreats. Did Reforged mission designers not know that hero units respawn in Warcraft 3? Why does she do this? All it does is trivialize the fight. 2 missions ago, I went mass meat wagons. Then, I went mass crit fiends. Now, I'm getting real creative, and I'm going meat wagons and crit fiends. Once Sylvanas has run away for the 50th time, I get tired of killing the runners. I go and smash the base they're coming from. I don't know what happens if a runner gets to Silvermoon City. Obviously they know that I'm here because Sylvanas is attacking me. This entire mission just doesn't make sense. Once I reach the gates of Silvermoon, Sylvanas does the only logical thing. She takes a small percentage of her forces and leaves the protective walls of her city to engage Arthas' vastly superior army in an open field. Well, at least I have a spooky ghost waifu now. Dead Sylvanas is really strong. The majority of defensive groups in the city have an
Hey,
archmage
there's
with
a
them. Sylvanas
key.
can
There's
temporarily
a
disable spellcasting
key.
in
We
the
got
area, making
one.
them
Ladies
useless.
and gentlemen, we
Once I
got
reach the
him. We
end of
get
the city,
to.
I get to
Gentlemen, he found it. Gank him.
You call him the hit squad. He can't be allowed to get that 200 gold ore. He'd become too powerful. He's grown too strong. Larensky. Dude, if I get the 1 key from this, and the longbone, this is literally the same task as the Giants task. Cause this is the only 2 useful drops I got from them too. So it's like, cause like I didn't even get any of their rare equipment. I got like nothing worth money. Corporate wants me to find the difference between the picture of these mammoths and the picture of those giants. They're the same picture. Okay, I did get chunked hard. Oh, there's some lobsters. Let me close my schlooting bag then. For now. Turn off my prayer. Eat this lobster, eat this salmon. Alright. Be good, be good. Right next to the town anyway, so we're just gonna keep going. There's 12, up to 12 left. I've been hunting mammoths this whole time because she gave me 8 billion mammoths to kill. And technically they're a little bit strong for me. Like they have more HP than the giants do. So it's been taking a while, but it's good training because their defense isn't super high, so I hit regularly. And I'm about to be able to use my dragon scimitar.
You're a scimitar?
I hope so. Because the dragon scimitar is like twice as strong as my current weapon. I don't think I've ever gotten an upgrade that big in a long time. My melee will be unstoppable. There we go. Another giant down. I had to guess like 4 more giants before they level up. Check the chart. 4 more? Yep. I'm a genius. Nice. Sometimes you can get attacked by multiple mammoths at the same time, but these mammoths synced up their attack, so I'm literally... I don't have to even spend any more prayer points. Thank you, mammoths. Big shout outs to these synchronized mammoth attacks. Mammoths. Attack level 60! Alright, get me out of here. Because it's time to bring out the big guns for these last 5 kills. Because I want to see how much damage it does.
See the elves' tactical brilliance again. There's no bridge here.
Sanctuary.
And this time,
Sanctuary.
the undead don't have access to zeppelins to... Are you kidding? In the lore, it's been like 10 minutes between this mission and the last
I'm waiting right
one.
there with my skull
When
and
did Arthas learn
crossbones.
to do
Come out.
this? Why doesn't Arthas do this before?
No.
Did the Reforged team actually play the campaign
Do
before
not
designing
use
this
the bank.
mission?
Come out of town
Why
right
has he
now.
never done anything like this again? Come on. Oh, and this final fight might be hard, but I couldn't tell because Arthas can just cheese it with Deathglow. From a gameplay perspective,
Dragon
I actually liked this mission a lot. I honestly think it's a better design than the original Warcraft 3 version in some ways, but the huge number of dumb and weird decisions Reforged team made about the story here leaves me really disappointed. Blackrock and Roll 2 is a very grindy mission where I must take down a fortified orc base. The orc armies are super strong, particularly their anti-ground firepower. Luckily, I get the big guns to help me out. the Frost Wyrm. The Frost Wyrm is the only unit with a combination of enough bulk to survive an ensnare from an Orc Raider, as well as being nimble enough to escape after the ensnare expires. The downside of the Frost Wyrm is that it takes a ton of supply, 7 each. This, combined with the large army of low-quality units that I start with, means that I can only make an army of 9. There are 5 Orc bases on the map. Only the red base in the northeast has to be destroyed, but all the other bases send fairly powerful attack waves against me, so I opt to eliminate them. Each base follows a similar formula. First, I send Frost Wyrms to attack from an angle that they can't be easily hit. As the Wyrms are weakened, I send them back to Arthas to heal up with Death Coil and Unholy Aura. Once the anti-air has been eliminated, each of the Frost Wyrms targets an individual production structure or tower with their Frost Breath, leaving them completely disabled while everything is cleaned up. Once the base is dead, Arthas grabs the item dropped by whichever hero guarded the base, and while this happens, incoming attack waves are soaked by my starting army. Kel'Thuzad's Frost Nova is incredible for defending, dealing tons of damage right as the fight starts. The red base attacks with literal dragons, by the way. They're significantly stronger than anything I have access to, including the Frost Wyrms. Once all of the optional bases are rubble, I move on to the main event. I bring Arthas and Kel'Thuzad to the front lines to assist my Frost Wyrms on this heavily defended base. Through the campaign, I've stockpiled 2 Scrolls of the Beast. I use one of them to breach this base. I also use the Scroll of Protection in tandem with Kel'Thuzad's Frost Armor ability, giving my Wyrms an absurd amount of survivability for the fight. After Red's army is defeated, I disable his structures, use my remaining money to stock up on consumables from the Goblin Shop, and finish the mission. Reaching the Siege of Dalaran, I am unpleasantly surprised. Another Reforged mission, huh? As far as I'm concerned, Blizzard is 0 for 2 so far on remaking missions. Let's just get this over with. I unlock the final unit that I'll be using in the run, the Abomination. These bad boys are insanely tanky and do decent damage. They make a really solid frontline to supplement Arthas. From now on, Abomination, Crypt Fiend, and Beat Wagon is going to be my army composition of choice. It doesn't exactly excel at anything in particular, but it isn't weak to anything either. The Siege of Dalaran is mostly an exploratory mission. My army moves its way through the labyrinth of a city filled with wizards, wards, and magical traps. There are 3 Archmages that power anti-undead fields. The damage from these fields adds up quickly. I use the high burst damage of Death Coil and Frost Nova to quickly eliminate the first Archmage. After this, the map opens up a bit. The map winds back on itself, and there are branching paths that lead to bonus objective wizards. What surprised me is that the wizards don't just cast typical wizard spells, but varied spells throughout the game. This guy uses the Night Elf spell Cyclone, and this one has an invisible barrier that stops melee units from crossing. And this guy is a treasure goblin. The variety of spellcasters in this level reinforces the idea that Dalaran isn't just a city of wizards, but a place where any and all magics are explored and researched. And I love it! It felt like each and every encounter here was designed by someone that knew Warcraft and was looking to deepen the lore of the universe through a recreation of this mission. And they nailed it! Finally, it's time to fight Archmage Antonidas. Is this a legitimate boss fight in Warcraft 3? Whoa! First, Antonidas spawns groups of golems. I was responsible in my positioning, and the abominations tanked them easily. Then he spawns a bunch of elementals. I was not expecting a second wave. They're significantly stronger than the golems. Each of them has the Frost Nova spell, and they're blasting my tightly clumped abominations. Frantic death coiling to keep my magic weak abominations alive barely does it. At some point, Antonidas teleported into the fray as well. And then the game reminds me that this is Warcraft Reforged. The level 10 Archmage never actually spends any of his mana on spells, doesn't make water elementals, doesn't cast Blizzard, he just auto-attacks, and after taking a little bit of damage, teleports around. He goes down easily. Even though Antonidas himself was a bit of a letdown, the mission as a whole was fantastic. I really enjoyed exploring this city. At least one guy on the Reforged team really did care. Under the Burning Sky is a pretty typical defense mission. The only objective is to keep the AI Kel'Thuzad alive for 30 minutes. In the base Warcraft 3, this mission's actually pretty easy. The attack waves that come are moderately threatening, but are absolutely beatable with a good army composition and death coils. Reforged, on the other hand, is monstrous. The final attack is insanely bugged, to the point that I would call it broken. For the final wave in non-Reforged, each base sends an attack wave at the same time, making a difficult defense against a 3-pronged attack. In Reforged, they grab everything in attack. The spawned attack wave comes, all of the in-base defenders come, and they even pull the peons out of their gold mines and lumber mills to come and fight. All in all, the reforged final attack wave has 3 to 4 times as many enemies as the normal game does on hard. This was miserable. It took many, many resets for me to get this right. Here's the plan that I came up with to beat this insane mission. 1. Take Acolytes 6 through 8 and haunt the expansion gold mine. 2. Build up an army of Abominations Crit Fiends to defend. I don't use meat wagons because their splash damage would hurting my Abominations too much. 3. Whenever I receive Fell Hunters from Kel'Thuzad, I send them to the west to defend. 4. I start with 5 shades. Attack waves from the northwest can detect them, so I decide to go blind on that side. The other 2 sides never send detectors. 6. Aggressively engage the enemy attack waves as soon as possible, so they don't stack up. 7. At the 10-minute remaining mark, Kel'Thuzad gives 4 Infernals. They're extremely powerful and need to be used as a frontline tank. Even though they're technically demons, they can be healed by Death Coil. 8. When the timer reaches 9 minutes, I unsummon every building in my base for the 25% refund. With this money, I start building a network of necropolises to the west and northwest. 10. Hide my ghouls, shades, workers, and hellhounds in the bottom left-hand corner of my base. 11. Intercept the few incoming attack waves before they can get to my necropolises. 12. At the 1 minute and 30 second mark, this is where things start getting crazy. I grab Arthas away from the main attack force and send him to Kel'Thuzad. Send the Crit Fiends to the safe zone in the bottom left of the map. The Abominations and Infernals go to the top left of my base to defend. Arthas starts chugging mana potions to top his mana off and starts passing all of his defensive gear to the allied Kel'Thuzad. This is the key that I was missing for a long time. It didn't occur to me that I could trade items to the AI ally. Bulking up Kel'Thuzad is the most important part of the strategy.
You must keep
the
a
attack wave from the
69
top
and
left
bite
is
it.
the easiest by far to deal with. The Abominations and Infernals are enough to crush them. After that wave is down, the Abominations go to the bottom left-hand corner of the map, while the Infernals stick around. Ground units will continue clearing the necropolises, while a wave of 15 or so Griffin Riders dive on Kel'Thuzad. I don't intervene to stop them. Arthas uses a Scroll of Protection in order to give some bonus armor to Kel'Thuzad, and then starts spamming Death Coil to heal him up. Around now, the northwest enemy has broken through the majority of the necropolises, with about 40 seconds remaining. I try to use my Infernals to bait the blue enemy away. My Abominations had been hit by the Sorceress's slow ability. They were not able to retreat as fast as I thought. The blue army from the northwest was barreling down on them quickly. And right as the enemies start to collapse on Kel'Thuzad from all sides, the timer expires, and I'm victorious. This was one of the most tense missions in all of my Deathless runs so far. I thought that the Undead run would be similar in difficulty to the human, because Arthas can heal. But the final mission here was absurd. It took me hours to get right.
Drink, Hellstream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors.
You don't need any of that stuff, Grom. Stick with me, and you don't need the blood of demons to be a conqueror. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Giant Grant Games, and by now I think you know why we're here. Here's a quick refresher on the rules to the run, and
I'ma go open my key. Also, the unit is apparently pirates that it wants me to kill. And I think they are literally right by that key. Or that chest. I think. It said they're by the sea.
Right in prime ganking territory.
I mean, this is super deep wilderness, so I guess in theory, yeah. I think in practice, doesn't seem like anybody really comes out here all that often. Yeah. Oh, these pirates are level 26. Oh, this is gonna be a massacre. Excellent. These whole pirates must be purged. All right. Will I get? Let's play the game. Bust or burst?
There's a merchant there or something.
Yep. 5 Cestra Seeds. I do not think that is good.
It's the best
okay.
reward.
Well, the price says that it is good. So I don't know what I'm talking about. This is the lesson we've learned here today.
I mean, Is that the like market price though? It might have some
Yes.
useful in the market or something that you won't get anything out of.
Celestris seed. It's farming. You grow it, and you can harvest the bark to make battle staves. Oh, okay. Well, that seems pretty good, actually. Yeah. Oh, and you get mini barks, and I got 5 seeds, so that's each battle staff is at least 7k, 12 or 9, 10, 9 or 10 if you turn it into an elemental battle staff. Yeah, I mean that's probably pretty good, honestly. It's probably also a lot of farming XP. 14,000. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, it needs way higher farming level than I have, but still. I apparently already had 2 of those seeds. That's weird. Didn't think I had those. Alright, I am gonna just go ahead and wear my Expeditious Bracelet, even though I probably don't really need it for these pirates, just to make it even faster. I didn't think I was gonna be able to finish another task tonight. Figured I'd grab it and defer, but I can do this one. No problem. Yeah, that game does not think these pirates are a threat, because their key chance, the ogres, or I mean the mammoths were 1 out of 100. These guys, 1 out of 1,074. That's a lot of nuts. Yeah, they don't drop anything useful really. The door is locked. What? How do we get in? Oh, do I have to pick it? Yeah, I just gotta pick it. That's not a big deal. You need a lockpick for this lock, huh? Heh. Come again?
Don't mind if I do.
No. How do I get a lockpick?
I feel like that's something you probably should have had by now.
I don't think I have a lockpick. How am I gonna get a lockpick? Well, first of all, let's make sure there's none of the others. Parts hideout, quest tech, yeah. I need a lockpick. Okay, that's not bad. I can get that real quick. I just need my stave. Oh no, wait, the closest thing here would be Guardians. To what I need to do. I could buy lockpicks if I had 50 agility, but sadly, that will never happen. Alright, where's the young implings? How do you do, young implings? There's one. Come here, young Embling, you freaking bastard. Okay, it respawns like right here. Frick. There's one lockpick. 2 lockpicks. We'll get at least 3. Alright, there's 3 lockpicks. I think that should be all we need. But I'm happy to catch more of the bastards on my way back to the center. Alright, there we go. We got a lockpick. Now let's murder some pirates.
Time to gank you for your lockpick.
That would be something else.
Yeah, but lockpick. Alright, gank you.
Hopefully this is the right portal. Yep.
Tell me where the talking llama is and I'll gank you.
Shouldn't it be or?
Fine, tell me where the talking llama is or I'll gank you.
Much better.
And before we started, I wanted to thank my patrons. They're the ones that make these videos possible. Extending a special thanks to Paint My Eye and Eeyore Lover. Alright, let's jump into this. Warcraft 3 really likes starting off with no build missions. Landfall is pretty simple. Find my stranded allies, meet Karen Bloodhoof, and defend against a centaur attack. Orc have a problem that the other factions don't. They lack any sort of hero-based healing. Arthas was incredible at keeping his buddies patched up during his campaigns. Thrall, on the other hand, has a high damage chain lightning, but nothing for army durability. In this mission, problem is alleviated by healing wards dropping off of these murlocs. This brought me a problem. Wards and goblin landmines straddle the line between what a unit is and what an item is. While some items summon things that are obviously units, wards are uncontrollable by any means, and are effectively a totem pole in the ground with a timed duration. While contemplating if sticks deserve rights, I find this torn. As soon as I pass an invisible trigger, this crippled cowboy gets crushed by Cutthroat Centaur. According to rule number 2, I have to do my best to keep them alive. Luckily, I had an idea that could solve both my problems at once. Healing wards can be placed at a bit of a range. I tried dropping the totem near the Tauren before triggering the event, to see if I could heal him. To my surprise, he doesn't actually exist until the trigger is crossed. Thinking on my feet, I used the totem's vision to draw out the centaur with Thrall's Chain Lightning. After slaughtering the centaur, I cross the trigger, and my bovine brother is safe for another day. Because I can save actual people with them, I've made my decision. Totems and landmines are not units. Everything else spawned by items are. A bit later, I find some more Tauren in the same circumstance as the first. I burn another totem to pull, and rescue 2 more friends. And then this guy just dies? What the heck? After rescuing a few more soldiers,
Let's take a freaking boat ride.
I dive the centaur this time. There's no need for any cheeky play.
My waka
Most
waka
of the enemies on the map
canoe.
are pretty simple kills, but once I find Karen Bloodhoof, things ramp up. The end of the mission is a holdout against 3 waves of centaur. Karen's forces start off damaged. I have to use my remaining healing wards to patch them up. I burn a scroll of healing I found on them as well. The final wave in particular is monstrous. I had to burn my rare Scroll of the Beast, a Scroll of Protection, all of my healing wards, and mana potions to keep the enemies down. To my surprise, during the fight, Karen pulled all of the Tauren that I'd helped save earlier to come help him fight. This made it feel really rewarding to have helped save them. The Long March is well named. This is going to be a slog. Thrall's horde must escort Karen Bloodhoof and his Kodo beasts to 3 oases on the map. These oases are represented by healing wards. Constantly through the mission, bands of centaur attack the front and the rear. While this is a frustratingly slow escort quest, there is an upside. Karen and his Tauren are absolute monsters. They're easily as strong as my army. While I'm moving,
There we go. Oh, you wanna tussle, Mr. Pirate? That's all I want. I'm ready to tussle. Is this single combat? That's weird.
Okay, getting a look at these guys. You're just building the pirates' retirement home.
Yeah, why are they fat?
They're fat and they all have pig legs.
It's a look-alike convention. Okay, well that's a win. Slayer enchantment. I think that improves the Slayer staff that you can get at 50 Slayer, which I'm at 49 Slayer.
Slavies. This guy's bothering to use a prayer.
They were hitting me slightly often enough. I'm probably just gonna
eat a pizza.
They might. I'll eat a pie.
The pizza pie?
Pizza pie. I guess I'm actually pretty protected from PKs in here because what PK is gonna carry a lockpick?
Yeah, you have to carry a lockpick to get in. That's certainly something.
I'm shielded. That's my anti-PK. Okay, I like two-shot these guys half the time. I was like, I'm not gonna really pick up much of the stuff they drop, but I will pick up... Wait, there's a healing item that spawns in here, too. Okay, never mind. Screw it. No prayers. I didn't even notice that until just now. There's a pie on the table.
Don't you want to bury their bones also?
No, they're small bones. They're not worth. They're not like worth the time of me picking them up. It's also just like single combat. This place is so weird. Why is it here this deep in the wilderness? These weak pirate idiots.
Slayer tasks.
Slayer. I guess they drop 25 coins. Is that worth it? I guess it probably is.
Do the items despawn at any point?
Yeah, they do. If you wait long enough.
Just wondering if you can kill your 69 pirates before all your money despawns.
No, I mean I should pick it up as I go, I guess. Who's attacking me? Alright, I'm just gonna turn auto retaliate on. I was keeping it off when I needed to like position, but these guys they just get to die. Hey, 53 defense. 2 defense away from being able to use that cool hat I got.
Well, they dropped your right eye patch.
Yar, matey. That they did.
That will help you build ship.
But I'm done building ship. Alright, hear me out, character. Instead of attacking them in their big stomachs, I know it's like they're probably their center of mass. And it's probably pretty effective, but what if you aimed for their peg leg? Like you just kind of chopped off their leg above the peg.
That would just be cruel and unusual.
We're in the wilderness, baby. I think that's the name of the game. And I'm just gonna camp near this pie, I think.
Ivan's never been the same since someone stole his 3 fish.
Yes! Spite! I'm doing everything out of spite. I'm fueled entirely off of spite now. This is why I'm in the pirate land. I wanted to learn how to become an evil pirate bastard. I gotta 2-shot every pirate.
The only thing you're learning is that in old age you become fat and move to this retirement home.
I lose my dragon scimitar in the war, apparently.
Dragon scimitars are too good for pirates.
Yeah, they're not strong enough to use them anymore. Okay, yeah, this pie is respawning faster than I'm taking damage. I was thinking about using an offensive prayer and flicking it, but it's not even worth it. Like, these guys are just getting destroyed. There's 35 whole coins up there. Wow, this is the king of the retired pirates. He hit me twice. Okay, that guy is not king of the retired pirates. Oh, there's my pie. Everybody step right up, take your turn. I can take it. This is exactly the kind of Slayer task I was hoping for these first few where I don't get any points for doing them. And even after that. Like, eventually I'll want stronger tasks for actually, you know, grinding Slayer, getting good drops, all that good stuff, but for these initial ones, I just want quickies. And they don't get much quicker than this. I found a complication with these pies. My inventory is filling up with pie tins.
It's fine, just throw them on the ground.
Oh my god! No way! I got one of those keys. Remember how I said this one was a 1 out of 1,000 drop? There goes all my luck. Forever. It's just gone now.
Now I've got your luck.
Somebody's gotta have it. Alright, there's only 17 more already. I can't believe I got a key from these guys. And the Slayer enchantment. I think that also scales on the difficulty. I mean, the Slayer enchantment is like you enchant it and it only lasts for a while. Yeah, 1 out of 300. These pirates. They're lucky. Lucky bastards. Let's see. 300 Slayer Staff E. It gives 2,500 charges. And it increases... Oh, it gives basically... It looks like it gives... no. I was gonna say it gives 3 more damage, but it does not. It gives 3 more and better scaling. That's wild. And it gives 2,500 charges to that.
Hey guy, I've got a job for you.
No. Don't tell him to bring a lockpick. Don't do it. Don't tell your fish having PK friend to bring a lockpick and kill me. It's my one weakness, Talon. Be incredibly rude. Well, we'll see if my luck holds from the reward from that thing too, from the key too, or if it's another okay-ish one. Again, I guess we found out the battle stage one was actually pretty good, but that's a super delayed gratification because it is just a slot in my bank until I get 30 more farming levels, and every level's slower the more you get. So 85 farming is not happening for, I feel like, a long while. Four more. 3 more. 2 more. Oh, 1 more. We got the double proc from our bracelet. Bracelet's probably struggling to keep up. It's like, no, stop. Alright. Ollie's outie. Let's go open that chest. Oh wait, I want to buy a cape from this guy, actually. Can I afford it? Yes. Boom. we go. Alright, let's see what we got. 189 dragon arrow tips. That is another eventually good one. Yeah. And that one actually has a high alch value if I don't feel like having the eventually part of that be true. So that's good. I don't really know what the best one would be, but I think that one's pretty high up there. I mean, it can also just give a boatload of straight up cash. So let's see what dragon arrow tips are good. Well, you make them with dragon arrows, or you turn them into dragon arrows, of course. And they only come from a handful of things. But, you need 90 fletching to use them, so that might just be delayed gratification money. Put these in the crafting box. Alright, do I have another... No, I guess I gotta make one. Hocus Crocus. Let's put these lockpicks away. Drop these pirates. Or pie dishes. What's in the looting bag? Oh yeah, the Slayer enchantment. Definitely put that away. I don't know where to put this. So we'll just put it there for now. We'll keep the iron dagger and half a red berry pie. Alright. Get another task, and we'll definitely not do this one even if it's easy. Because it is getting late. That was my third task now? Yeah, 2 more before I really start feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Alright, Cristelia, I'm going into battle and I need just... Well, no, do not give me your toughest assignment, actually. 105 greater demons. Oh, okay. That is not the worst, and she didn't give me as many as she could have. But I will need magic. Let's do those. Greater demon. Wilderness near demonic ruins. Okay, that's probably a place nobody goes. It's probably the right answer. They're also in the Wilderness Slayer Cave, but that sounds like a place lots of people go. Do the Wilderness Slayer ones have better drops or something? Blood runes. Oh yeah, the Wilderness Slayer Cave ones are better. They drop a lot of runes. a lot of runes. Oh, that's pretty nice, actually. Okay. Well, guess we're going there. Wilderness Slayer Cave. Greater Demons. I was right near the entrance. That's good. So Wilderness Slayer Cave. Where is it? That's the Rep Cave. Rep Cave, Kingpig Dragon Lair, Lovely's Dungeon. Rep Cave. Wilderness Slayer Cave, Escape Caves, Escape Caves, Escape Caves. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I go in that one. No one's the wiser there. Ugh. Alright. I'll see you stream.